Yeah, scratch your ass, Morgana. She should have my water in here. Okay, yes, I do. Good. All right. Just run around until people start joining live here. Lady on, your persona is like, so sexy. Anyway. Oh yeah, this was made because somebody we know killed her mom. Oh yeah, that's a little bit of a spoiler, isn't it? What are you looking up for? I'm down here. Have your eyes down here for once, kid. Okay, I love all kinds of challenge runs. This may be a great way of replaying the game without it being the same. Yo, it's the cat that talks. Hello. Yo, hey guys, how you all doing? Hello, can't wait to see our favorite cat getting owned by shadows. Alright, I'm just gonna run around for a bit until more people start joining the stream, so, let's see. What can we do in the meantime? There's Captain Kidd. What do you guys have to say about Captain Kidd? What, you got a problem with my persona? No, I was just intrigued. A persona based on a fearless pirate. Heck yeah, perfect for a guy like me. By the way, the real Captain Kidd was publicly executed. They left his body hanging there for years on end. Dude, I did not need to know that. Trust me, at least he might have gave you worse trivia. Alright, this might be a little heartbreaking. Let's see what they have to say about Tentacle Persona here. I've always wanted to show you this, Sujiro. Isn't it awesome? Cute, too. Cute? I swear, keeping up with you kids is getting harder and harder with each passing day. And then we got Caroline and Justine over here. How you doing, Caroline and Justine? Hey. What is this gaudy place? It hurts my eyes. It's as if the site has been plucked from reality and placed here as decoration, almost like the realm in which we reside. Whoa. What? Does that mean there are inmates here too? Wouldn't they lose their minds? Yes. Perhaps that is precisely the plan. Trap them in unbearable locations like this and slowly wear away at their sanity. How horrifying. I guess we've been pretty nice, huh? Oh, God. What's the challenge in this Morgana-only challenge run? Oh, I don't know. It's a challenge run where it's like Morgana only, I guess. So before we actually get started with the run, I'm just gonna wait for more people to jump on while I just explore the Thieves Den a little bit. So, did I actually get every single reward on the PC version? I know for sure I got every single reward on the, oh, no, I didn't, apparently. I guess I didn't get every single reward. I guess I only did it on the PlayStation 5 because I'm playing this on the PlayStation. Alright, now I'm playing this on my PC. But I did do all the Crane games and Bookworm stuff. Actually, now thinking about it, oh yeah, I haven't done any of the New Game Plus stuff. Actually, I think I remember why I didn't, because when I was doing the Out of Bounds video for my Persona 5 Royal run, when I was doing the Out of Bounds video, I accidentally overwrote my New Game Plus save file, so I couldn't really continue on with the New Game Plus save, so yeah, that sucked. In the meantime, let me just go back to Morgana because it automatically changed back to Joker again. Joker's not the protagonist of this run. Ah, okay. We get to play as TV Boy, apparently. Goemon. Okay, what else? Other forms do we have? There's Morgana in his Phantom Thief form. Morgana in Mouse form. Morgana in Cat form. Morgana in Human form. Wait, hold on. Oh, come on. Alright, let's piss off Morgana and have him be a cat for a while. Actually, I wonder if I can actually get more of Morgana's personas on stage, out of curiosity. Damn it, I switched back to Morgana. God damn it. Okay. Let's see. Velvet Room. Wait, can I only show their starting personas? I can't show their evolved personas? Huh. I can change the decor of the place. I don't know what's more fitted for Morgana, though. I guess the Mementos decor? Or maybe the Velvet Room decor. This might actually fit more. Oh wait, I didn't even change to that decor. Okay, anyways, I should stop wasting time and actually get this thing going. Okay, so that showcase where the twins location gives me Persona 4 vibes. Sup, Morgana only run and the streamer has every sentence with meow and yeah. Dang, that sucks. Brr, preposterous. Human Morgana is still upsetting when I first saw him. Same. Okay, so anyways, let me just play this properly. Let me just switch back to Morgana. Let me switch back to his preferred form. I know some people prefer his human form, but no. Okay, hold on. Where's his preferred form? No. Oh my god, can you switch back to his Phantom Thief form? Wow, it's like the game really does not want me to play as his Phantom Thief form. Oh my god, come on. Really? Come on, Phantom Thief form. Okay, fine, I'll be the cat. Jeez. I mean, I guess this is as close to his true form as possible. So, hi, Jose. Or Jose, I think they call him. I'll leave the Thieves Den. Okay, so here we go. Let's get started, guys. So, can you be Persona 5 Royal using only Morgana? Let's get ourselves started. But before we get started, let me just say... Hold on. Oh, shit, I got a little error here. Okay, what the heck is going on? Computer, what are you doing? Computer. God damn it, did my computer just freeze on me? This is not a joke, guys. My computer, I think, just froze on me. Okay, so there we go. So, hey, everybody. Happy April 1st. I am actually going to be playing Final Fantasy for the NES. So, I hope you all enjoy my April Fool's joke. Bye! So, how you guys doing on this April 1st, huh? See, I knew I was gonna get more viewers if I made it Persona related. Now I know why you guys are truly subscribed to me. Ugh. You're good, how are you? Good, good, good. Nice. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed the Persona 5 Royal Morgana run. I was running around in the Thieves Den. I wasn't lying. I was playing as Morgana, and I was doing a run through the Thieves Den, and now it's time to play some Final Fantasy 1. So there you go. I am actually relieved that you are continuing this challenge run and not Persona 5. Same? Well, good to know. I figured something was up with how there was a sudden different challenge streaming. Uh-huh. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just bonk the last enemy to death. So, as of now, so in the previous stream, in the last stream, we defeated Garland. We managed to somehow make it to Provoca and get the ice spell, but we didn't have enough damage potential to finish off the pirate. So either A, we tried to level up to level 7, so that way we can at least have a, excuse me, a greater chance of fighting up against the pirates. or I use one of the ailment spells. So that's why I got the sleep spell from the first town, because the sleep spell, well, as the name implies, has a chance to put in all enemies on the field to sleep. Alternatively, I can use the dark spell that I can get from Provoca. The only problem is that it costs 400 gil, whereas the sleep spell only costs 100 gil, so I'm relying on the sleep spell in order to defeat the pirates, in the hopes of actually trying to brute force my way through them, so yeah. It isn't, he played Morgana. Yeah, I played as Morgana, and hey, I'm playing as a character that's blue and black and casts magic, so I'm not lying. It was the Persona 5 run of all time, but I also thought you wanted to break from this challenge for a bit. I just thought, wow, a new stream to watch? Also, good joke. So yeah, Slep. So Slep is the name of the sleep spell. This isn't SMT5. Nope, it's not SMT5 at all. It's not where we have to kill a bunch of gods to prove that we can become the next best god in the world. It's not that kind of game. But yeah, this is an actual challenge run that I am doing, if you haven't seen the last two streams of the run. So the last two streams that I've been doing for Final Fantasy, pretty much the idea is that I'm doing a Black Mage only run. And by Black Mage only run, I mean a Black Mage only run, which means I can't upgrade them to the Black Wizard variant, so I can do a class change halfway through the game from Black Mage to Black Wizard. I can't do that change. That's against the rules. I have to be a Black Mage from beginning to end, while my other characters, like, subscribe, and hype, are dead. I love the music of Final Fantasy 1. I knew this was an April Fool's stream. Unfortunately, I missed yesterday's stream because I fell asleep. Don't worry. I love April Fools. I told my ex I missed her and said the same, and she pulled out an April Fool's joke and walked away. 10 out of 10 would do it again. Oh boy. Good job keeping strong, animal. Whatever that means. Okay, so I just did 2 battles back to back. Maybe I could do a third battle. I want to see if I can do a third battle because I want to try to make my money back if I can. I think I remember my main goal is not to actually, I don't think my main goal right now is to get a specific amount of money for a spell. Like, I could try to grind for the dark spell, but I don't think that's going to really be ideal because it's just going to take a long time for me to grind to, well, 400 gil. And I think it's going to take a really long time for me, like 2 hours or something, for me to grind to level 7 from level 6, because it's going to be like a lot of experience. Right now, my priority is to grind enough money so I can make it to Provoca, and pretty much have enough money so I can buy at least 2 tents, and then with those 2 tents, I can make my way to Provoca, go to Provoca, save at the end there for 50 gil, and then I will try to use the sleeping spell to try to beat the pirates, essentially. That's essentially what my plan is. I genuinely forgot it's April 1st today. Yeah, it's apparently the same day where the new Mario movie is out, which I'm definitely gonna see. I think I'm gonna definitely see it with my partner sometime, maybe in the weekend or something, the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I definitely want to see that. I mean, I've heard that apparently it's quite a bloated mess when it comes to plot and all that, and it's really just a movie more for the spectacle and whatever. But even if it is, that's honestly okay for me because Mario is not really that deep into story anyway. Ah, man, 89 gil, that's pretty bad. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of a grind here, but pretty much our goal is to get enough money that we can at least buy 2 tents, and then make our way to Provoca and make sure we have over 50 gil, so that way we can save at the inn in Provoca. And after we fight off the pirates, we'll have enough money to go to the inn to make do with what we got. was hoping for stronger enemies, but I guess not. And more people are leaving, so now I know what their priority is when they're subscribed to me. When does Sephiroth show up? Oh, you mean the main villain of every single Final Fantasy game? I don't know. Maybe towards the end of the game. Who knows? In about 69 hours. I think 69 hours is the amount it takes just grind to like level 40 in this game. The Kingdom Hearts prequel is weird. Which Kingdom Hearts prequel are we talking about? I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts Rechained of Memories, and currently playing through Kingdom Hearts 2. And another game I've been playing through again is Death Stranding, but the director's cut version. And I'm literally on the last chapter of the game, literally entitled Lou. So I'm just about done the story of Death Stranding, and I've already mentioned it before, but I absolutely adore Death Stranding. It's definitely one of my favorite games. And no, that's not an April Fool's joke. I legit adore Death Stranding. I'd rather this run over any Persona run. Honestly, in a way, kind of the same here. I'm just so burned out from Persona. Not that I don't enjoy doing Persona content, it's just doing challenge runs of it is just quite a burnout. But that's not to say that. I'm not interested in doing Persona challenge runs at all. I think if I were to do another Persona challenge run, it would probably be on episode Aegis, maybe Persona 5 Strikers if I can think of a run to do on that. But if I were to do another Persona run, it would probably be on episode Aegis because at least it's a shorter game to beat. And if it's anything else, then it would probably be whatever Persona 6 is. I'm pretty sure most people and their grandmother completely forgot that Persona 5 Tactica is a thing, but I think most people still remember Persona 5 Strikers. Rechain of Memories has very cool gameplay mechanic. I brought the series bundle so I can experience that game alone. I mean, the gameplay mechanic is not bad, it's just super repetitive. It's just super repetitive, and it was hard for me to get entirely into it. Ow, it's a very, very mad pony. Take this, Mad Pony. Oh man, Mad Pony is really mad. Okay, terminated, so One Ice is able to defeat a Mad Pony. Hopefully I get a lot of EXP and money from defeating that Mad Pony. But yeah, I did beat Rechain of Memories on the hardest difficulty for both Sora and Riku's story doing my first playthrough, all the way through. So I did beat both Sora and Riku's story on Proud Mode. All I could say is, if I were to do a run on Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories again, I probably won't play on Proud Mode anymore, or if I were to do it, maybe I should do a challenge run on it. Like, maybe I should do a challenge run on it, so that way I can kind of force myself to do it. Okay, so the only reason I came to this cave was to just pick up 2 potions and 1 pure potion. Now, I'm not really going to be using them itself. I want to try to conserve as much of the heal potions as much as possible. Oh, crap. Now, this is assuming if I can even run from this battle, which I probably can't. Oh my god, critical hit, are you serious? I really like the deck system. It's fairly easy to break, but still found it fun. I mean, there was definitely fun that I had with it. Don't get me wrong, I've definitely had fun with it, particularly with Sora's campaign. Riku's campaign, the only reason I don't like it as much is because, well, obviously, you don't have control over, you know, what your deck is. The only thing you can control is how much you level up and such, you know. Do you invest more in attack points, dark points, or health? And for me, I prioritized, you know, attack points, health points, and then dark points last. And then for Sora's story, I mostly prioritized health and card points. But after looking at a review, I think I actually should have prioritized, the slates or slights. I've heard it pronounced both ways, but the slates or slights, because apparently some of those beginning ones are actually really broken, and I just barely made any use of those. I just found that there was more value in having more hit points and card points than learning new slights, but yeah, I think that might have been a mistake on my part, but I don't know. I just couldn't get into Chain of Memory, so I watched the story recap and went to 2. I do want to give it another chance, though. I mean, I personally did not want to watch a recap. I wanted to play the game in context, and since I do have the game included with the, you know, HD remaster bundle, you know, the final mix 1.5, 2.5, whatever, you know, since it was already included, I was like, you know, I might as well play the game itself, you know, judge the game as the game while also learning the story. And I'm definitely glad that I at least played it, mostly for the story, because it definitely makes some of the beginning stuff in Kingdom Hearts 2 make a lot more sense with why Sora, Donald, and Goofy are, you know, in these capsules. When are you doing Kingdom Hearts with only Jiminy? Probably never, because unless someone makes a mod of it, I don't think that's possible. Yeah, some later slights, however you pronounce it, are very broken. Things like Lethal Frame can mill bosses with bosses not being able to counter mostly. Good to know. Okay, now can I make it back to town without dying after picking up those potions? Come on. You can do it, Nits. God damn it. Well, that was a waste of time. Yeah, I think I remember the one slate, again, however you pronounce it, that I used the most was actually the one that I won from the, one of the Winnie the Pooh levels. I think it was the one where I had to help Winnie the Pooh collect some honey as we fly up a tree while avoiding the tree branches and bees. I think I remember that particular one was like some sort of arrow with like fire, and it just rains down fire. I remember using that a lot later on, once I eventually learned that slight. Something weird about Reed Chain in the collection is that you need to a complete save file of 2 to get Ultima. Nah, that's bullshit. But yeah, in terms of how much I played of Kingdom Hearts, pretty much it's just, you know, the first game. I've done 2 complete playthroughs of it on both my PlayStation 5 and PC. Hardest difficulty, proud mode, 100%. The only thing I didn't really 100% was like the missions and the gummy ship missions. But since it wasn't really required for Jiminy's journal, I just didn't really see it as important, honestly. I pretty much just prioritized making sure that I did all the synthesis side quests, got the ultimate weapons for Sora, Donald, and Goofy, defeated every single optional boss fight, including Phantom, Kirk, however you pronounce their name, and the Ice Titan, as well as Sephiroth. Like, I did all of that. Hardest difficulty, proud mode, and even did the grind until I got Sora to level 100. The one thing I will say for sure is that, would I do a level 1 run? Probably not, because I just don't see an award in for me doing so. There just doesn't really seem to be an award in me doing so, considering that there's so many people that have done level 1 runs of Kingdom Hearts 1. And if I were to do like another playthrough of Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, maybe I'll do it as a challenge run or something, but for now, I just don't see myself doing that until I can think of a potential run for the first Kingdom Hearts game. But as of now, I'm playing through Kingdom Hearts Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time. Currently on the Space Paranoids level. And in terms of anything else, I haven't watched it fully, but I have been watching some of the cutscenes of Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. I have been watching some of the cutscenes from that because apparently the 358 over 2 days in the HD Remaster Collection is just a collection of cutscenes and not the actual game itself. And while I would absolutely love to play the game itself, well, unfortunately, if I have to just watch cutscenes, then that's what I gotta make do. And so far, the cutscenes are pretty engaging. Unfortunately, I haven't sat through every single cutscene yet, but I have watched a good chunk of it, and I really enjoy the friendship that Roxas has with Axel and what's her name, Shion. However you pronounce her name. Like, I really enjoy the friendship that they have. I started playing Final Fantasy X only about an hour into it, but the sphere grid scares me with how big it is. Don't let the sphere grid intimidate you. It will start off simple at first. It's pretty linear for now, but you definitely want to make use of the sphere grid so that way you can maximize as much as possible. Just you know, follow the sphere grid and Shion, yeah, that's her name, yeah. But yeah. Don't worry, the sphere grid is not as intimidating as it seems, and honestly, you won't really be maxing out more than half of it unless you're doing late game content. Just, you know, follow the path and then go on diverge paths if possible, and pretty much every single character is on a set path for a certain build. So Titus will be more on a agility build, Yuna will be more on a magic build, Lulu would be more on a evasion and magic build, and Waka would be more on a accuracy build and such like that. But yeah, just keep playing Final Fantasy X. It's a game that starts off good and strong. Like, trust me, it does get better as it goes. I might as well try playing Persona 3 Reload again since I'm close to the second full moon boss. I mean, why not? I say you might as well. I mean, you're literally just about to unlock the game's navigator, and unlike the base original game, the navigator is actually pretty damn broken and very helpful in the remake. Oh my god, Nits, can you just kill this last imp already? Or are you trying to make sure that you end at 69 for LOL gags because it's more funnier than a certain other number that certain kids find funny? What Final Fantasy game would you recommend for someone who wants to start turn-based Final Fantasy series but doesn't want to be overwhelmed by backtracking and grinding, etc.? Well, I personally have not played a majority of the Final Fantasy games, but I'll say a great start is definitely Final Fantasy X. I definitely highly recommend Final Fantasy X. It's a really great game, and honestly, a lot of the backtracking and grinding is something you really don't need to worry about unless you want to do some optional content. If you really don't care much about the optional content and want to do the story, then just play the story, enjoy the story. Only do grinding if, you know, a boss fight is giving you trouble, and just have fun with it. I mean, honestly, the best part of Final Fantasy X is the journey that you take with these characters and their overall resolve and trying to figure out a way to bring an eternal calm to what is otherwise a false tradition. I definitely highly recommend it. I can't say much about Final Fantasy VII. I know it's like everyone's nostalgia series, like how for Zelda fans, Ocarina of Time is like their big nostalgia series, but I guess Final Fantasy VII would not be a bad start either, considering that it's like seems to be everyone's favorite. But I'm pretty sure that's more of a nostalgia thing than it is a, oh my god, it actually truly is the best. In terms of what I personally played so far, Final Fantasy X is definitely a really great start. Alright, I only have one thing to fire and one thing of ice, so hopefully I can beat these enemies. But considering that I've beaten groups of 5 enemies when I only had like 3 things of fire and very low agility and vitality, I'm pretty sure I should be able to beat these guys. But yeah, I'll definitely say if you want to get into Final Fantasy, I'd say Final Fantasy X is a really great start. And if you're worried about being spoiled on this game, honestly, you don't really need to be spoiled on anything. It's honestly not really a story-heavy driven game. I mean, there are definitely story elements to it, but it's definitely not a story-heavily driven game, Final Fantasy 1. So anything you see here is honestly really not going to spoil the game for you. But yeah, I'll definitely say the best Final Fantasy game so far that I played that is a great one to start off with is definitely Final Fantasy X. But yeah, I do want to at some point play through Final Fantasy VII. I've mentioned this before in my previous streams, but I played a little bit of Final Fantasy VII, but I only got to a certain point in the original game. When it comes to the remakes, I've only played the demo of the very first remake, and honestly, I don't know what order to play in when it comes to the Final Fantasy VII remakes, because there's like 3 or 4 of those games already. I don't know what order to properly play Final Fantasy VII Remake in. But in terms of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the only experience that I've had with it is the demo of the very first Final Fantasy Remake. Other than that, most of my experience with Final Fantasy VII has been through the original game, but I didn't really get that far into it. If I remember correctly, the last few plot points was finding Barrett's daughter's actual father and finding Red 13's village that he originally came from. That's like what I remember last, honestly. Final Fantasy 15 is also fun if you're a fan of Kingdom Hearts wanting to get into Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 15 is one of my favorite games of all time. It really is a really great game. I noticed you can't use AoE cast your spells. Will we get AoE spells in the future? Just curious? Yes, we will. You fiend, you tricked and bamboozled me. Well, I hope you enjoy what I'm playing, buddy. Haha. Okay, so, but yeah, I definitely highly recommend Final Fantasy 15 as well. It's if you're going into Final Fantasy 15 expecting a grand story, don't. The heart of Final Fantasy 15, to me, is the journey with your friends, essentially. That's pretty much the heart of Final Fantasy 15 to me, is the journey that you take with, like, Noctis and his friends. That's pretty much where the heart of Final Fantasy is for me. Okay, so here we go. We got some wolves. Let's see if we can actually, free some wolves, and maybe they might be giving me some bigger money and EXP. I don't know. I just want to try to face off against stronger enemies in the hopes of gaining more EXP and money. Because if I can gain more EXP and money faster and efficiently, then this would definitely make the grind go a whole lot smoother. Okay, so one thing of ice is enough to defeat these wolves. Good to know. So thankfully I can throw 3 things of ice at them. So yeah, 3 things of ice, 4 things of fire, that's like 7, and considering I have to fight 9 different pirates, essentially the goal is to put them to sleep, burn or freeze the ones that did not get put to sleep, and then essentially kind of brute force my way through the pirate fight with ailments without having to grind to level 7. Okay, 48 and 12 gil. Wow. Okay, so even though I do gain more EXP from that, I gain shit gil. So yeah, I'm better off grinding against the imps, because right now the goal is not to get to level 7. The goal is to get to enough money so I can purchase some tents and other things. Okay, at least I'm able to defeat this one wolf in one shot so I can gain some free money. Okay. Damn, those magic facts really hurt my eyes. Wow. Oh yeah, and also fair warning, of anyone who has epilepsy or anything like that. Unfortunately, that's not something I can control. Apparently, when they, you know, released this game on like the Wii U Virtual Console, they tried to darken the game in order to try to make up for some of the seizure flashing effects and whatever, but honestly, it just made the game a little bit more distracting to play, if anything. Okay, so even though I was able to grind a little bit more EXP from the wolves, they gave me crap money, so I'm better off grinding against the imps. Because really all I need is just to, the only thing that I truly need is just the money so I can make my way back to Provoca. Because unfortunately the enemies on the way to Provoca are way too dangerous. Jesus. Okay. Oh yeah, remember I have some water next to me. I mean, technically I have like 3 different drinks as options. I have a lemonade raspberry drink, black coffee, Colombian blend, and just plain water. So yeah, if this gets more views than day 1 of this streaming run, then I definitely know what you guys are prioritizing the most and what you guys want to see from me the most. So yeah, even though I made crap money, at least I made some money off of the wolves, so I guess I can't entirely complain with this grind. It's just, it could have been better. Okay, I'm gonna bonk the enemy to death. Monsters perished. Alright, and at least I'm making my in money worth back, so yeah. A little bit of a crappy grind there, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. Why would you have lemonade with a fruit mixture with coffee? You sure you aren't drinking them at the same time? No, I'm not drinking them at the same time. I'm drinking them separately. How's the grind going? Focusing more on money than stats at the moment? As of now, yes, but I'm also making sure that I don't accidentally grind to the point where I have to pay attention to min-maxing my stats. Because right now I'm trying to grind some money so that way I can afford not just the intra, but also some additional tents, because I currently have no tents whatsoever. Actually, let me just do a little bit more grinding here for some money, and then I'm just going to buy maybe a tent or 2, and then go to sleep. And then I have to make sure that I have at least 50 gil before I make it to the next town. Because I want to make sure that I have at least 2 tents on me, because I've been able to make it to Provoca with just 1 tent, and I need a second tent as a backup in case the fight against the pirates doesn't go well and I have to grind to level 7. But yeah, right now it's mostly a grind for the money than the EXP. It's just I happen to be gaining an EXP with it as well. But yeah, from what I recall, I do gain a lot of money from the pirates, like almost 400 gil, but I think I only gain like less than 200 EXP from the pirates. So as long as I'm like over 200 EXP of the threshold, then I don't have to worry about accidentally leveling up. And of course, for those of you who are like, why would you worry about accidentally leveling up? Don't you want to level up? Well, if you've been watching the previous streams, we have to mid-max our stats in a certain way, essentially. And the way that we do that is that essentially at every single level, there's certain stats that are guaranteed to level up and stats that are not guaranteed to level up, but can level up and have a 25% chance of leveling up. And since I'm playing with a glass cannon, like that's pretty much what the white mage or the black mage is known for, is being a glass cannon with inferior strength and inferior vitality. He has like the lowest amount of HP compared to any other class, and essentially at levels where vitality and agility are not guaranteed to level up, we essentially need to bank on a 1 in 4 chance that one of those stats go up, or bank on a 1 in 16 chance that 2 of those stats go up. And at any levels where both vitality and agility are guaranteed, then I'm banking on a 1 in 4 chance that strength goes up, because even though strength is not going to be as important, it may be important later on in the run, considering that the final boss fight in particular is resistant to elemental damage, but is neutral to physical attacks. And since the black mage does not excel at physical attacks, I may have to prioritize strength as well, but I'm not going to be min-maxing that, or otherwise most of the grind is going to be banking on a 1 in 64 chance that strength, agility, and vitality go up. And let's just say banking on a 1 in 64 chance is just no. Heck no. Banking on a 1 in 16 chance is already ridiculously high enough as is, but banking on a 1 in 4 or 1 in 16 is definitely a lot more doable than banking on a 1 in 64 chance. So right now, since we're able to do like 3 battles back to back, we're doing 3 battles back to back, so that way we can at least guarantee that we are gaining some money from these battles. Because right now the goal is to get at least 2 tents before we make the trip. We want to try to get 2 tents so we can make the trip, and each tent costs about 75 gil. So it costs about 75 gil for a tent, which means it will be 150 in order to buy 2 tents. And then I got to make sure that I have at least 50 gil for when I eventually reach the inn. And the goal is to essentially make it to Provoca using only 1 tent on my way to Provoca, and essentially use the save system to force my way to Provoca, because the random encounters between the 2 towns are too dangerous for a black mage to survive. This isn't a Morgana run. Nice April Fool's joke, man. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you so much, Cledio fan. I hope you enjoy my Final Fantasy stream. Yeah. So yeah, no joke here, but I actually have considered doing a Morgana only run before. I actually did consider that. The problem is that I actually tried to do that and I couldn't get past Belphegor. But then after realizing that, wait a minute, why am I playing this? I don't want to play more Persona 5. I'm done with Persona 5. I just kind of stopped doing it. Though the other reason is mostly because of just burnout. It's just like, I pretty much had enough of Persona 5, personally. I think if I were to do another Persona Challenge run, as I said before, I personally would want to do either a run on like Episode Aegis or wait until Persona 6 comes out. It's just, I don't know how many people played Episode Aegis, because I think some people like to take the purest words that Episode Aegis sucks, despite the fact that they are literally the same people that said that the answer sucks. You know those kind of people. My internet is being so sucky, so I'll have to watch this later. Hope this message goes through. Well, I saw your message. You watch it in your own time whenever you can. No rush. Alright, so I bought at least 1 tent, so with 1 tent in hand, I can buy a second tent with a little bit of grinding, and then I just gotta make sure with my last inn visit that I have over 50 gil. If I have over 50 gil, then it's enough for me to pay the in trip when I eventually reach Provoca. And then, as I said before in the last stream, the goal to fight the pirates is that I use my sleep spell to put as much of them asleep as possible, and use fire and ice on the ones who did not fall asleep, and then gradually take them down and hope that with some of them falling asleep or whatever, that there's less damage coming my way. If I have less damage coming my way, then that'll definitely increase the chances of me surviving against 9 enemies constantly trying to attack me. Because even though I'm mid-max in my agility and have a good chance of dodging, like more than 50% chance of dodging, it's not a guarantee that I am going to dodge. So that's pretty much the goal, is to use the sleep spell to put as much of the pirates asleep as possible, and then I have to pay attention to which pirate actually does go to sleep. I think it just being a Persona Challenge run would be enough to get people to watch regardless. Well, that's what I don't want. I want people to watch me because they want to watch Nitsa Gamer, not because I'm just doing Persona content. A Morgana only challenge run in Persona 5R, huh? I'll admit, I never thought of that before. Is it done via a mod? I don't know. Maybe do it yourself and find out. New challenge run. Can you beat Persona 3R as a FES purist? Oh, man. Honestly, I actually thought of one potential challenge run idea. It's just I don't know if I can pull it off. Is someone playing both Reload and FES back to back, but you got to play them as faithfully as possible, which means you have to play with computer AI on the Reload version, but you can only use the tactics from in FES that are in Reload. And you have to beat like the full moon bosses around the same time, and you also got to do similar things like hang out with the exact same social link every day, essentially. Like, I almost thought of a challenge run like that where it's kind of like playing Reload and FES back to back at the exact same time. The thing is, I don't know if I have the technology to pull that off, though. The fatigue mechanic added back in. Oh, that would definitely give Purist a big boner. Already having bad luck with some of these random encounters having the monsters get the initiative. Well, thankfully it's not as big of a deal because I can just freeze them. And thankfully, I'm definitely enduring most of the damage since I actually do have armor from Provoca, like the gloves from Provoca, to increase the damage taken. Do do do. Ba ba ba. How much magic do I have? You know, I'll try to do at least another battle after this one. Just bonk these remaining enemies to death and then use the fire and ice in a third battle. Because the more battles I do back to back before an in trip, the more money I'm making. And that's pretty much what I want, is to make as much money as possible. Again, I'm not trying to get to level 7. I'm trying to get... I'm trying to make it to Provoca so I can fight the pirates as soon as possible while I'm still at level 6. And then once I'm able to min-max my stats to level 7, then I just got to grind up some money so I can get my tier 3 and tier 4 spells down in the next town. Okay, so I got 62 HP. And I can use ice and fire at least once, so I'm going to try at least one more battle. Hopefully it's not a group of 5 enemies, because that might be too much for me to handle. Okay, at least they don't get the initiative, so this is not too bad. Besides, I'm pretty sure our Black Mage can handle a group of 5. If a porn star can, then I'm pretty sure our Black Mage can. Please don't add that joke in the video. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Me and my perverted mind. Oh shit, a critical hit. You better not die, Black Mage. You better stay alive. More dodging, please. And yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is that whenever something is guaranteed to crit, it overwrites evasion. So even if I have like a high evasion chance and I can evade every single attack in the game, critical damage ignores... critical damage apparently ignores evasion entirely, so it is possible to still get hit from physical damage, even if your evasion is at like 99%. But yeah, I should be able to get through this battle pretty quick. So, with the previous battle being 24 gil and this battle being 30 gil, that means I made about 54 gil. I made about 54 gil, as the other 30 is going to be going to the inn. So, yeah, I definitely made a lot of money from 3 back-to-back battles with 2 5 enemies and 1 4 enemies. The only downside was the first 2 battles given an enemy advantage. But yeah, now I just gotta bonk these remaining imps to death, save at the inn, and then figure out whether or not if I can buy another tent or not. Because I want to make sure not only do I buy another tent, but I have enough gil to pay for the next inn trip. And then after I have 2 tents in my inventory, I just need to make sure that I have 50 gil so I can make my way to Provoca, since it costs exactly 50 gil to save at the inn in Provoca. Because the inn here only costs 30, but in Provoca it's 50. And unfortunately, when we go to later towns, they're gonna up that number to like as high as like 300, I think. So yeah, unfortunately, sleeping at an inn in later towns is gonna be much more expensive. But once we get the airship, we can freely go to Cornelia anytime we want and save at Cornelia for the cheapest way of restoring our HP and magic points. So how many points do we got? Okay, 164, so yeah, I definitely have more than enough money to pay for another tent. So I just paid for a tent. I keep pressing the Y button, I'm sorry. Okay, so I already bought myself a tent, so I'm gonna buy a second tent, save at the end, and see if I have more than 50 gold on me. I keep calling it gold, it's not gold, it's okay, so yeah, if I pay another 30, then I'll have like 49 gil. So I should have enough to make a trip back to Provoca. Alright, there we go. So that's pretty much the money grind that I need to do. Buy 2 tents and have enough money, at least over 50, so I can make the trip to Provoca. So before I go there, let me just check. I have 480 points left to level up. I should be able to beat the pirates without accidentally leveling up, so I'm gonna go for it. So now that I saved at an inn, I'm full on my HP and magic points. The goal now is to make it to Provoca without dying. Whether or not I run away from battles or defeat the enemies is doesn't really matter. What matters is just making it to the next town alive. And right now I'm at 14 luck. I need 1 more points of luck in order to survive. And okay, I took like critical damage there. I'm gonna reset. I'm definitely not confident I'm gonna be able to make it to the next town like that. Okay, at least these imps I have a better chance of surviving again, so I'm just gonna defeat them. Because a little bit of extra money will definitely go a long way. Because right now, the goal is just to reach the next town, not so much leveling up. But yeah, if I see some enemies that are doable to fight, then I'll fight them. If not, I'll try to run away from them. And the goal is that once I reach the tree area of the map, then I'll bite into one of my tents and then sleep on the overworld. And then after that, I just need to brute force my way to Bravoka, only using one tent if possible. Saving the second tent for if I need to make it back to Cornelia for whatever reason. Something I just remembered is that Final Fantasy VII is a sequel to Final Fantasy X, since a character from Final Fantasy X-2 is an ancestor of the head of Shinra Foundation. Honestly, I think that's just more or less coincidence, because there are similarities between Final Fantasy, such as mythical creatures like chocobos, for example, and some of the spell names and potion names and such like that. And not to mention that there's usually a mechanic that goes by the name Sid. That's usually some of the common similarities that the Final Fantasy games have. But other than some games where they are an actual continuation, like Final Fantasy X-2 or the 2 follow-up games to Final Fantasy 13, every single Final Fantasy game is essentially its own world, essentially. Can't wait to see someone beat this with only crits from enemies or something. I mean, I don't know if you can, like, you know, program the game to do that or what, but, okay. So now that we reached the grassy area, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna eat a tent. Yummy, yummy, yummy tent. So, tents essentially give you, 30 HP, and it allows you to save on the overworld. So this is why we need a tent, so we can essentially brute force our way, through random encounters. So if we were to die in the next fight, for example, so if we were to die in this fight, then it's possible for us to respawn back of where the tent is. The problem is that if I put the tent in a very inconvenient spot, it's possible to softlock my entire save file, considering that I'm running around with literally just one party member. Chance to strike first. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. Okay, I've been able to run from encounters like no problem. I'm kind of disappointed how easy it was to run from encounters. You know, I'm just going to try to get one more encounter here that I can possibly fight. No. Okay, I'm being too greedy. I'm being too greedy. I'm just trying to see if I can at least fight at least one more enemy encounter, but I'm being too greedy here. Jesus Christ. Okay, at least I can run from battle. Okay, stop being greedy. Yes, I kind of wasted 75 gil on that tent, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. So just to recap, we went to the armory shop, and the armory shop essentially had the gloves. So that's what we're wearing is the gloves that we got in Pravoka. So that's the current town we're in, is Pravoka. And also within Pravoka, we got the ice spell. Now the other spell that will definitely, or could be useful, is the dark spell, which essentially helps decrease the chances of enemies hitting me physically, but right now that's not important. So now we're going to sleep at the inn since we have over 50 gil to be able to do so. And now, let me just check my stats before we jump into the battle. So we have 456 experience points left to level up to 7. Now, if I remember from the stats sheet exactly, we essentially have one stat that is guaranteed to level up. It was either vitality or agility, while the other stat has a 25% chance of showing up. So we essentially want to roll the dice until both agility and vitality show up. Essentially, I want to do the entire run where I always guarantee that agility and vitality show up. So vitality essentially increases the amount of HP that I gain on top of a random chance of how much HP goes up. And agility essentially increases my chances of dodging physical attacks. So anyways, now that we saved at the end, we talked to this pirate. I am Biker, pirate, and surprise, I am that you survey dogs have the nerve to face me. I feel like there's some grammar error there. Mates, get those landlubbers. Okay, so we have 9 different pirates. 9 of them can attack me. Now, the reason why I went back to Cornelia in particular was to learn the sleep spell. So the sleep spell has a random chance of enemies going to sleep and potentially skipping their turn. So the goal is to try to put some enemies to sleep so I can try to brute force my way through and only attack the enemies that are not put to sleep. But the problem is that I don't know how long the sleep lasts. So we're going to put them to sleep and hope we can get a turn before they get too much damage on me, like that. Now I'm starting to think that the dark spell was probably more reliable. Okay, so left pirate is asleep, so I have to pay attention to who sleeps. Okay, sleep. So it's going to show me one by one who goes to sleep and who doesn't. Okay, so all the pirates on the left go to sleep, so I attack them later. I only attack the ones where the sleep is ineffective. But if all of them happen to go to sleep, then it really... Okay, so the upper middle one did not go to sleep, so I have to attack the upper middle one. Okay, the bottom one went to sleep. Good. Okay, right one did not go to sleep, so the upper, middle, and complete right. Okay, so up, right, and... Okay, so up, right, and bottom right corner. So I gotta attack those particular pirates in particular. Now the problem is that it'll say, oh, pirate woke up, but unfortunately I have no way of knowing which pirate woke up. But let me just attack the ones that I know for sure did not sleep. I'm just hoping that this is it, because I have a bad feeling that the sleep spell is not the answer. I mean, it's better than the lock spell, which just straight up does nothing, but still. So now I just gotta attack the pirate that's on the right and the bottom right corner. And then just attack some of the other pirates at random, because I don't know which ones have woken up yet. Problem is, I just gotta hope for some good dodges in order to survive this. I'm back, my internet sorted itself out. What did I miss? Well, we managed to make it back to Provoca, but it might be possible that the sleep spell was not as reliable as we thought it would be. Because it seems like even after I put them to sleep, it seems like the pirates are waking up almost instantly. I think the sleep spell is more or less just good if you have like a full party, as opposed to trying to do a solo run. So yeah, maybe the sleep spell was not the answer. Damn it. So I guess the only other solution is to grind to like 400 gil so I can get the dark spell and grind to level 7. Unfortunately, that's looking like that's the only answer, but I just hope that's not the only answer. Because yeah, in my previous attempt I was able to defeat 3 beforehand. And yeah, now I'm already slain. So yeah, it looks like the sleep spell is not reliable. All that for nothing, god damn it. So, I'm just seeing some information. Like, does the sleep spell only last for like 1 turn and that's it? And it's really only reliable when I have like a full party? Is that the problem? Let me see. It's usually which renders the affected unable to act until awoken. It has a low success rate, even though we saw on the pirates it put more asleep than not asleep. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell me how many turns they actually fall asleep for. But yeah, I think the unfortunate reality is that sleep is not going to be a good spell to use. Shoot. Okay. We gotta think this through here. The only solution I can think of to possibly fight them is, once again, getting the Dark Spell, because I think the Dark Spell is actually more of a permanent spell than a... well... Huh. Yeah, because we can learn the Dark Spell, but the problem is that it's like 400 gil. So yeah, I think we should have learned the Dark Spell, not the Sleep Spell. Because yeah, it seems like Sleep is unreliable. I mean, I can try again, but it just takes forever for an attempt. Because yeah, I defeated, like, you know, 3 of these guys previously, but I also defeated exactly 3 when I did use the Sleep Spell. So in a way, the only reliable way of beating these guys is just hoping that I dodge most of their attacks. And obviously, the more I defeat, the less attacks that are coming my way. But I have like 9 different attacks that are coming my way. So, yeah. The chances of me dodging all this is honestly very unlikely. I mean, at least I have, like, you know, 7 uses of, like, spells and such, which is somewhat reliable. Yeah, critical damage. There's no way I'm beating this. There's no way I'm beating this. God damn it. Who would have known that the pirate fight, one of the easiest goddamn fights in the game, would be this difficult? Because in a normal run, this fight is, like, super easy. You just have to have each of your party members attack one pirate at a time, and you should be able to win in, like, 3 turns. Yeah, I think putting them to sleep, unfortunately, really doesn't make a difference. They wake up almost instantly. If anything, the sleep spell seems to be really only useful if you have, like, a full set of parties. Essentially, they're asleep, you attack the ones that are not asleep, and the ones that are already asleep. Yeah, I only killed 2 in that fight. Shit. Well, there's no question about it, guys. We have to grind more. So I think in order to face up against the pirates, we're going to have to grind until we have like over 400 gil. So that way we can get the Dark Spell. Because it seems like the Dark Spell is going to be our ticket of being able to dodge the majority of those attacks. Alternatively, I could remove my armor. Because if I remove my armor, my evade chance goes up to 63. But is that really a good idea, though? Because that's really only just a little bit of extra percentage. Crap. Actually, how much gil do I have now? Not enough for the intrip here. Shit. Yeah, so I wasted a lot of gil just getting here, guys. So yeah, we gotta dedicate ourselves to the grind. Okay, yeah. These mad ponies hit hard, so I gotta reset if they hit me at all. Oh dear, not more grind. Yep. We gotta sacrifice our finite life to the grind. Okay, I didn't get the hit there. Got a close call, so I can escape. Maybe I can get back to Cornelia without dying. That would actually be great, without having to use a tent. Actually, I might be able to. I might be able to get back to Cornelia without... Oh, okay. Instantly... Okay, good. I don't have to waste a tent. I can save a tent. Yes. if I can save a tent, then that will definitely save the amount of gil I need to reach back to Cornelia. The only thing is that I just need to grind against enemies to make some money. But if I'm grinding up to over 400, I think I might as well grind to level 7 as well. So I think that's pretty much what's going to happen, is that I got to grind to over 400 gil so I can gain the money I need to get the dark spell, but also grind to level 7 so that way I can gain the stats that I need to hopefully get through the pirates. Because again, I need to prioritize agility for a better chance of dodging, and vitality so I have a higher amount of HP to work with. The more HP I have and the higher chances I have of dodging, the more likely I can get through this run with a black mage, considering that, again, our black mage is a glass cannon. We essentially need to build him up like a fighter, essentially. But a fighter that specializes in dark magic. Okay, so since I got a group of these 5 enemies, that means I'll get 30 gil, which means I get my money for the in-trip. So now I just got to do 1 or 2 more battles back to back, so that way I can at least make money. And I also got to pay attention to my level ups, because I got to make sure that I min-max the exact stats that I need. Which, speaking of which, I got to open my cheat sheet up. 6 damage, come on, you can do better than that, Black Mage. Alright, let me just see. Red Mage, White Mage, White Wizard. No, that's not what I need. Okay, here we go. Black Wizard, so... wait, what? Oh, hold on. I think I skipped the information that I needed. Oh, here it is. Black Mage. Okay, so for the Black Mage at level 7, Strength and Vitality are guaranteed. So Strength and Vitality are guaranteed at level 7, which means the only stat I need to mid-max is my Agility. Now, I could mid-max the chances of me getting Luck, but I am guaranteed to get Luck at level 8. So I'm not too concerned about that, though if I do get my Luck to level, 15... then I am guaranteed to run from battles because of, how poor this game is programmed. Alright, so that was like a group of 5 enemies, so now I just need to grind it against another set of enemies. Okay, 4 is good. So yeah, unfortunately the sleep spell was not the answer. I mean, it's definitely a better answer than using the lock spell, which straight up just does not work. So even though the sleep spell is probably useless for us, at least, at the very least, it can be handy. Okay, at least I'm taking, very little damage from these guys. I mean, mind you, it hasn't really changed since I left Cornelia. I don't know, I guess after killing a mad pony, my Black Mage just suddenly feels stronger now. Never mind, he just did 6 damage. Come on, you can do better than that. Alright, so just bonk this enemy, and then I'm going to try to do at least one more enemy encounter, just so I can at least gain a little bit more money, because I think I saved at least one thing to fire and one thing to ice on me, because if I can get through another encounter, I can at least make money back. Although I just realized if I do that, I would have to start all the way back at Provoca. That's screw it, I'm just going to do it. He has tasted the blood of the innocent creature and he wants more. Pretty much. We're not done with these imps until they are extinct. Okay, 4 enemies is definitely a lot more doable than 5 enemies, so we'll do this. We'll burn one, freeze one, and then bonk the remaining 2. So yeah, unfortunately, it seems like the answer is to grind to level 7, while also getting over 400 gil so I can get the dark spell. Because even if I get more vitality, agility, and strength to fight to go up against the pirates, that's not going to guarantee my success against the pirates. My chances of success will increase, but nothing more than that. I think if I'm going to have a chance up against the pirates, I'm going to have to learn the dark spell. And that's assuming that dark hasn't really changed since what it's actually supposed to do in later versions. Alright, so let me just see. So dark magic level 2. Okay, so darkness not only reduces the monster's chance to hit, but also increases your chances to hit them. In both cases, the difference is a 20%, so don't expect this spell to negate all damage dealt by affected monsters. It's often a good opener when fighting large groups. Slow is usually a better spell to use against groups of monsters with multiple attacks, since it is 20% more accurate than dark. Be aware that monsters resist status... that many monsters resist status effect spells, including both dark and slow. Now the slow spell, which is also a level 7 spell, or level 2 spell that we learn in Provoca. Okay, so the slow spell works pretty much the same as... casting the slow on a creature with the effect of fast will restore the creature's number of attacks per round to a normal value and vice versa. So slow reduces the monster's number of attacks per round to 1. It has no effect on monsters that have only 1 attack. Yeah, it doesn't look like slow is really going to be useful for us. It seems like dark is the spell we gotta learn. The unfortunate thing is I don't know how reliable the sources are because, again, there are spells that just straight up don't work in this game. Okay, so we're at 378 now. And we're at 111 gil. So we already used up 1 tent, but we still have 1 tent on us. But since it is possible to make it to the towns without having to use a tent... I probably don't need to buy a tent. I think the only thing I really need to do is make sure that I get over 400 gil. So I think the goal for this grind is to get over 400 gil, or 450 gil, so I can buy the dark spell as well as pay money for the inn in Provoca. And then after that, I just need to make sure that I min-max the agility stat at level 7. That's a shame with slow. I mean, slow in theory is useful, but it seems like dark magic is going to be more reliable for at least the pirate situation, because the pirates are definitely weak enemies. It's just they're targeting only 1 party member, so yeah, dark will at least decrease their chances of them hitting us, and at least it's actually more reliable than the lock spell, which actually not only doesn't work, but its upgraded variant actually increases like their evasion chance. So yeah, but yeah, we definitely have to research and see what spells are useful and what spells are not, because unfortunately with the NES version, some spells are more broken than others. Thankfully, some do as they are said that they should do, but yeah, some spells like the lock spell just straight up don't work, and the temper spell also does not work. But yeah, we're just going to continuously grind against Imp until they are completely extinct. Though honestly, I think we're going to grind against the newborns much later in the game once we reach like the threshold of certain level ups, because we don't want to level up mid-dungeon and miss out on a stat that we wanted. Because we want to make sure that we always guarantee agility and vitality at every level up, and at level ups where agility and vitality are always guaranteed, we want to try to get our strength up at those particular levels as well. God damn it, just hit the enemy, dude. There you go. Wasn't that hard, was it? You lost 4 hit points because you decided to miss on purpose like an idiot. Okay. Alright, let me just check my... Actually, that was just one battle, right? That was just one battle, so no, I gotta do a second and third battle. Okay, so this is a group of 3, so I'm just gonna burn 1, and then bonk the remaining 2, and then save at least 3 casts for the next fight. I just gotta hope that my Black Mage remembers that he can dodge attacks, since he has a pretty high evasion chance. I'm back, how's the run been? Well, we tried fighting up against the pirates using the sleep spell. It was not working for us. Unfortunately, the sleep spell is like a temporary thing. Like, it does skip their turn, but they are only asleep for like 1 turn, essentially. It's theoretically useful if you have like a group of party members, but we only have a Black Mage, so the sleep spell is not useful at all, unfortunately. It's thankfully not a waste of inventory space, considering that the lock spell is even worse and just straight up doesn't work, but still. So the goal now is to not only get to level 7 and min-max the agility stat onto us at level 7, since both strength and vitality are guaranteed at level 7. But we also want to try to grind to at least 450 gil. 400 so we can buy the dark spell in Provoca, and 50 so we can pay for the inn in Provoca when we eventually get back to the inn. Okay, so the first set of enemies was 5 enemies. Second set was 3 enemies, and this set is 4. So we made about 48 gil from this fight, as long as we win this fight. But thankfully I should have enough magic to wipe them out and then bonk the rest. But yeah, we made it to Provoca. We tried fighting up against the pirates with the sleep spell. The sleep spell is unfortunately unreliable. So, unfortunately, we wasted a tent getting here. So now but thankfully we managed to save a tent on our way back to Cornelia. So now our goal is to just grind here until we eventually reach level 7 and get over 450 gil. We need over 450 gil, 400 so we can buy the dark spell, and 50 so we can pay for the inn trip, and hopefully with the dark spell we're able to fight up against the pirates. Because even though the pirates are weak and can go down to like 1 hit, there's like 9 against 1, and unfortunately we can't even out that damage by having our dead friends, you know, fight off some of them for us. If our friends were alive, we would naturally have each party member attack 1 pirate at a time, and since there's like, you know, multiple pirates, they would even out their damage too by attacking, you know, everyone else, and then we would have our fighter in the top range so he can tank most of the attacks. You know, the pirate fight is like super easy in a normal run of this game, but in this run, well, we're playing as a glass cannon, so yeah. Now, hopefully our glass cannon remembers that he can hit enemies. Hit the frickin' enemies, you idiot! That's better. So I'm out of magic, so I just need to bonk the last enemy to death. So I think with this grind, I made just a little over 40 gil when you're not counting the funds for the inn trip. Alright, there we go. And don't worry, I'm sure I'll correct the thumbnail once April 1st is over. Okay, so yeah, as I said, I have one tent. I have one tent just in case I need it when I make my way back to Provoca. But right now the goal is to get my gil up to 450 after an inn trip. Both so I can buy the dark spell and pay for the inn when I eventually reach Provoca. And then the other goal is to pretty much reach level 7. That's pretty much what our current goal is right now. Reach level 7 by grinding against low-level enemies, because life sucks. Okay. 5 set of enemies. This is a good start. Okay, first evade and already one enemy down. Also a good start. But yeah, at level 7, not only should we have an extra point of strength, but an extra point in agility and vitality. So, again, more points in our agility means we'll dodge physical attacks more often, and more points in our vitality means we'll have more HP to work with. And more strength means we can do more with our physical damage. And while intelligence, in theory, is supposed to improve our magical damage, they did not program intelligence in the original game, so yeah, our magic spells unfortunately do not improve, but they are a better offensive option than using our melee attacks. Okay, I'll burn one more enemy and just bonk the remaining 2, and then just hope the next enemy encounter is enough for me to burn them alive. I essentially want to make sure that I always do 2 or 3 random encounters. If I can do 3 random encounters, then I'm increasing the amount of money I'm making back. And between each level up, I have to pay attention and make sure that I'm not going over the threshold to level 7, because I would need to make sure that I'm gaining agility at level 7. Because once again, strength and vitality are guaranteed at the next level, so I just need a mid-max to make sure that agility goes up as well, which is a 1 in 4 chance, a 25% chance. Now, if luck happens to go up, that would be even better, because once we reach 15 luck, that's all the luck we'll need in the entire game. Because once we get 15 luck, then running from battles is always guaranteed, unless we do encounters where running is scripted not to succeed. Okay, 4 enemies. I mean, not the numbers I was hoping for, but it's better than nothing. Okay. So far, I'm getting some pretty good evades here. I mean, that's definitely the upside of playing with a Black Mage, is that they have some pretty good evasion. It's just they're not so good when it comes to enduring actual attacks. Again, all the more reason why we need to min-max Vitality at every single level up. Come on. You can do more damage than that, Nits. There you go. I mean, that should have been the damage with your first hit, but still. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure these imps only have 8 HP, so as long as we hit them at 8 HP or more, then they will die. Now, I believe we have like 2 or 3 things of elemental damage left, so I'll do that with a third random encounter, because the more encounters I do before an in trip, the more money I am making. And, well, that's part of the goal, is to try to make as much money as possible. Okay, so even though I am getting low on health and I only have 3 things of magic left, I'm gonna do one more random enemy encounter and just hope I don't get back-to-back crits. Monster strike first. God damn it. I mean, at least 4 is more manageable than 5. In real life, I can barely handle 3. Take that out of context. So just use my ice and fire until I'm out, and then bonk the remaining one to death. And hope I have him enough HP before I... Well, don't die. Just don't die. Oh my god, crit shit. Shit. God damn it, my sisters are being fucking noisy outside. I apologize if you hear some annoying sisters, guys. Okay, one more ice, and then just bonk the last enemy to death. What's your favorite Final Fantasy game? Mine's Final Fantasy X. Well, the thing is, I barely have played much of the Final Fantasy games. I mean, I'm actually going through Final Fantasy II for the first time. I'm going through Final Fantasy II, and I'm currently at the Castle Keep dungeon. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like some sort of castle dungeon that I'm currently at for Final Fantasy II. Otherwise, the only Final Fantasy games that I've beaten all the way through is Final Fantasy I, both Pixel Remaster and NES, Final Fantasy X, and Final Fantasy 15. In terms of my favorite Final Fantasy game, it would have to be Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy X is arguably a better game, but Final Fantasy 15 is like one of my favorite games of all time, so for me personally, it's Final Fantasy 15. Okay, so there we go. I got all magic to use. I'm down to like the lowest possible HP, so time to save. Okay, so I'm definitely gaining some gil back, which is good. That's exactly what I need. Again, the goal is to try to reach at least 450 gil. And there might be a chance I may not actually stream for long. I mean, mind you, I wasn't just streaming for an April Fool's joke. I was streaming because I wanted to, well, stream this game and show as much as possible. But I also got to remember to get back to get to scripting this, because if I record long sessions without scripting, then I start to lose the patience to actually script my videos. So I got to remember to start scripting. And because my partner doesn't have work tomorrow on Thursday, I'm definitely not going to be streaming tomorrow. Will I stream on Friday? That's a maybe, but I'm definitely not streaming tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll see what happens on the Friday. I might stream on the Friday, but it seems like for me to stream, I'm probably not going to do it on weekends unless my partner is like out doing their thing or whatever. Because, yeah, unfortunately I have a partner that sleeps in the same room as me, so yeah. I love Final Fantasy 15 too. I personally feel it gets way too much hate. I love the four bros chilling together. Yeah, to me, that is the heart of Final Fantasy 15. Like, I acknowledge that the story is not rich or strong, but to me, that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the camaraderie and just spending time with my friends. And the thing is, its slow-paced nature is what I actually really do admire about the game, because it really makes the world feel more alive. And with the mix of like modern-day technology, futuristic machinery, and fantasy elements, it really makes the world feel more alive than any other Final Fantasy game that, well, I personally played. Like, it really feels like a world that you can be in, explore, and have an adventure in. And just the car ride of joining your bros, it just feels like a game that is like so alive, and I absolutely adore it. Like, to me, the heart of Final Fantasy 15 is spending time with your bros, not for how rich the story is or whatever. Like, that's the heart of Final Fantasy 15 to me, is pretty much just you spending time with your bros. And that's like more than enough for me to absolutely love it and consider it one of my favorite games of all time. Oh man, I took a lot of damage in that fight. That's not good. We respect 15 in this house. Heck yes we do. 15 is an absolute great game. One of my favorite games of all time. Okay, a group of 3 enemies. This is definitely a lot more manageable to deal with, so I'll just burn one, bonk the remaining 2, and I'll do a 3rd encounter and hope I survive the 3rd encounter. But yeah, I absolutely adore 15, and at some point, I want to do a challenge run on Final Fantasy 15. And if I were to do a run on Final Fantasy 15, I think what it's going to be is a level 1 run, which has been done before, but it's going to be a level 1 run with an additional challenge on top of that. I just don't know what that additional challenge should be. Because yeah, in order to do a Final Fantasy 15 level 1 run, you got to have a equipment equipped to avoid tallying up your experience points. Like, you don't have to have it equipped all the time. And regardless of what battles you do, you're always going to gain experience points. But in order to actually have those experience points level you up, you have to sleep at either a camp, an inn, a motel, or an RV or something, or do a chapter transition, which will automatically tally your experience points and give you more levels. Essentially, with this one DLC accessory, you can allow yourself to sleep at an inn, go camping, and all that sort of stuff without tallying up your experience points. Your experience points will just stay the way they are, and you can remain at level 1 throughout the entire game. Oh crap, Monster Strike first. This is a bad start. This is a really bad start. But let's just hope we can survive this, because I need the goddamn money. Yeah, people messaging me left and right here. Leave me alone, guys. I just want to play my Final Fantasy. I tried doing a challenge run on Dragon Quest XI, but I left the game for a while, and I feel like I have to restart it now, as I have no idea what I was doing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played any of the Dragon Quest games, so I really can't say much of it. But yeah, as I said, I would absolutely love to do a challenge run on Final Fantasy 15 at some point. It's just when to do it and will people watch it. I think it depends on how good my runs for both Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 10 do, because I am doing 2 different Final Fantasy runs almost simultaneously. So Final Fantasy 1, as you see here, which is a Black Mage only run, Final Fantasy X, and if you watched some of the streams that I did like 9 months ago, then you know what the run is. And depending on on popular demand, I might do a challenge run of some of the other Final Fantasy games, maybe Final Fantasy II if people demand it, and maybe Final Fantasy 15. Again, I would love to do a run on Final Fantasy 15, but more or less as an excuse to play 15 again. I'd definitely watch it. I mean, obviously you need others as well, but I'd enjoy it. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that if you join in, enjoy and watched it. It's just I want to guarantee that people are going to watch it, because unfortunately I have released some runs where it just hasn't been getting any views. Like my Zelda Majora's Mask challenge run, where I beat the game without rupees or item drops, while also seeing how many of the bottles and masks that I can obtain in the game. That was like one of my favorite runs I've ever done, is Majora's Mask without rupees or item drops, and it's only just about 5,000 views. And it's been almost a year since I uploaded it. So I definitely recommend giving that run a watch, the Majora's Mask challenge run without rupees or item drops, because that was definitely one of my favorite runs I've done, and nobody's been watching it. And then the other run that I recently released and hasn't really been getting much views is my Super Mario 64 with a fixed camera. That run was, in my opinion, definitely not one of my best runs, but definitely still an intriguing run nonetheless. It was definitely an intriguing run that had definitely proved a lot more challenging and fun than I thought it would be. But yeah, I definitely say if you guys can, please watch my Majora's Mask challenge run as well as my Super Mario 64 run. You should be able to find it pretty easily just going into my videos and just seeing what's recently uploaded. So it's Majora's Mask without rupees or item drops, and Super Mario 64 with a fixed camera. I definitely recommend giving both a watch because I can assure you they should be a lot more entertaining than how they sound. Because yeah, when it came to the Majora's Mask run, the idea was just doing a simple no rupee run. The problem is that you might as well be playing the game normally until you do the 4th temple of the game, because you really only need money for the 4th temple of the game. You can beat the first 3 temples glitchless without any rupees, but once you get to the 4th dungeon, you need rupees in order to get a mask in order to enter the canyon. You need rupees in order to purchase stuff so you can give to some Gyptos. You need rupees in order to use a particular bomb so you can enter a castle for the iconic castle. And yeah, you just need you just needed rupees for like the 4th area of the game, and that's definitely where it proved one of the more interesting aspects of the run. But the problem is that it proved less interesting for like 1/3 of the game. So in order to prove it interesting, I pretty much had to ban the use of item drops, and pretty much what I had to do is pretty much rely on only the first 30 arrows that I gain when I first gain the bow, because when you first gain the bow, you have 30 arrows. The only way to obtain more arrows is to either buy them, but I can't buy them if I have no rupees, or pick them up as item drops. So because of that, once I pick up the bow, not only am I stuck with those 30 arrows for the rest of the run, but for one time cycle, because, well, the game functions where you have to try to beat the game within 3 days, but you have the option to go back in time and reset everything with certain key items carrying over. But the problem is that when you reset everything, every thing with a certain value like rupees or item drops or whatever will revert back to 0. So pretty much any items with a quantity will return back to 0. And the only way to save stuff like money is to essentially deposit it to your bank. So every single time you go to your bank, despite going back in time, your bank will be at that amount that you deposited in your bank. But any stuff like Deku Sticks, Deku Nuts, and bombs and arrows will revert back to 0 when you go back in time. So that was part of the challenge run, is that once I get the bow, I have to dedicate that one cycle to every single possible arrow use. So I pretty much had to beat all 4 temples within one time cycle, and how I do it in a challenge run where I can't pick up rupees or item drops is definitely one of my favorite runs that I've ever done. And honestly, Majora's Mask is like one of my favorite video games of all time. It's an absolute masterpiece work of art. I definitely recommend giving my run a watch. And I also recommend giving my Super Mario 64 run a watch with the fixed camera. Because, trust me, even though I'm working with a fixed camera, there's definitely a lot more interesting strategies to it than it sounds. I honestly can't wait for Persona 4 Revival. I'm kind of mixed on it, to be honest. Like, I'll definitely play it when it comes out, that's for sure. It's just, to me, Persona 4 Golden was completely fine as is. I don't think it really needs a remake whatsoever. But unfortunately, modern expectations wants everything to be Persona 5, so of course they're going to update it to be more like Persona 5, and that's just the unfortunate reality. And the unfortunate reality is that some people are just not going to play Persona 4 Golden because they consider it too dated. But here I am playing an arguably even dated turn-based RPG right here. You know, I have the patience for old school games. I have the patience to do the party or the AI control party members in Persona 3 Fest. I have the patience for these kind of games, especially if they are still well made. And in my opinion, Final Fantasy 1, even on the NES, is still well made. It's just obviously playing the later versions of Final Fantasy 1 is definitely a lot better of an experience. It's just because it gives me an excuse to play Persona 4 religiously again. Fair enough. I mean, I definitely know Persona 4 is definitely a personal favorite among fans. I mean, gameplay-wise, I would say it's probably my least favorite compared to 3, 4, and 5. I mean, 5 is definitely the best gameplay-wise. 3 is definitely the best regardless if you're... or the second best regardless if it's remake or the Fest version. And Persona 4 I consider second best, but only... or third best, but only because there's just less gameplay stuff to it compared to doing grinds in Tartarus or palaces and mementos. There's just a lot less to it, but that doesn't mean it's bad in any way. It's still a really great game. But yeah, I pretty much have played, done multiple playthroughs of Persona 4 Golden. I've actually played the vanilla version of Persona 4 on my own on my phone, and I don't think I've actually beaten the game. I think I got as far as, well, the final dungeon of the game. I just haven't really dedicated my time to actually be in the final dungeon because I just have other priorities. And right now I'm playing Final Fantasy 2 on my phone, so yeah, Final Fantasy 2 Pixel Remaster on my phone. And, you know, doing that in between work. And so far, I'm enjoying my time with Final Fantasy 2. I actually really like how dark and depressing the story of Final Fantasy 2 gets, considering that, you know, it's definitely more story-driven compared to the first game. Not in terms of character-wise, but just having more dread to it. And that dread almost reminds me of Final Fantasy X in a way, where there's a lot of death and dread to it, but it's done in such an engaging way. Now, am I expecting Final Fantasy 2 to have the same story quality as Final Fantasy X? No, I'm definitely not expecting that. Okay, so here we go. So we're at 72. We're at 72 experience points. So we got to pay attention to our level ups now. So right now, we're not too concerned about the gil. We're mostly concerned about our level ups at the moment. So we got to pay attention to our level ups because we need to make sure that we min-max the agility stat when we level up to level 7. So what we need to do is do some grinding and pretty much make sure that we actually get close to the threshold of level 7 so we can guarantee that the next battle will get us to level 7. Still surprising to me that Golden doesn't have any light or dark attacks like Kua or Ia. Well, I mean, Golden came long before Persona 5, and, you know, light and dark attacks being attacking skills and not just insta-kills was not a thing until Persona 5 came along, so it's not entirely that surprising. I completely forgot about that while I was playing. Something look off with the weakness bar looking shorter. But yeah, when you compare, like, you know, the type of elemental attacks that you can use in, like, you know, Persona 5 and Persona 3. In Persona 3, you had, like, 3 different physical attacks. In Persona 5, not only did you have 2 different types of physical attacks, but you also had, 2 additional elements, Nuke and Psychokinesis, and on top of that, Persona 5 also had the technical system where you can potentially down enemies or do more damage to enemies if you exploit, you know, a certain element on them based on the ailment they have. Like, that definitely made Persona 5's gameplay mechanic a lot more engaging. There was definitely a lot more strategies and ways of attacking enemies that lacked a weakness. I'm playing SMT1 but I haven't touched it in like a week. The only SMT games that I personally played is Nocturne and Shin Megami Tensei 5, both original and Vengeance. I mean, I definitely really like both SMT 5 and Vengeance and Nocturne, but I'll definitely say in comparison to, like, you know, the Persona games, I prefer the Persona games more personally. There have been a few Persona 4 mods that rework light and dark spells into damage magic, and at least one that balances overblown enemy weaknesses, again, set affinities to normal ranges. Personally, I don't want to play mods of that. To me personally, I want to be able to play a game that the developers intentionally set up a game to be. Like, yeah, I've touched mods, don't get me wrong, I've touched mods, but I think for challenge runs, I don't want to do mods when it comes to challenge runs. I want to be able to play something that's within the intentional design that the developers set up, but be able to set it up in a way where I can do stuff that the developers, in a way, did not intend. But that's me personally. What do you think was your favorite Persona 5 confidant? Well, if we're talking about gameplay-wise, then I would definitely say Kawakami because she had the most benefits. But if you're talking about story, that's kind of hard to say because there are some really, really good ones. I think some of the ones that probably hit the most was probably like Sajiro's confidant. His confidant story-wise was like really, really good. Another one that was absolutely great was Ryuji's, Yusuke's, who else was really great? Kawakami is pretty great if you can overlook the maid aspect of it. I don't know, there was definitely some pretty good confidants for social links and... Okay, so I need exactly 30 to level up, so what I think I'm going to do is that I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to save at an inn. Save at the end, and then pretty much just get a random encounter of enemies that are not a group of 5. So pretty much a group of 3 or a group of 4. If I get a group of 5, I reset. Or maybe I can still get a group of 5 and pretty much bank on the fact that I can get the stat increase that I need. Don't have a PC or I'd play it right now. I mean, I can play all Persona games on my PC. Okay, yeah, that's a group of 5, reset, and they got, I mean, I guess I could grind against the 5 and hope that I get the agility stat to go up, but still. You know what, screw it, I'll just do it. And just hope the agility that goes up. It's always rubbed me the wrong way that adults can romance a teenager ever since I first played Persona. Yeah. To be honest, I do unironically romance the adult characters, particularly Kawakami. Like, I actually went out of my way to make sure I romanced Kawakami on my second playthrough of Persona, only because I liked her character. The only reason I unironically do it is because, well, it's a fictional game. It's not like I'm actually getting a teenager to romance an adult in real life. And at the very least, it's a consensual relationship. I'm not saying it's a good thing at all. But the thing is, I unironically do it just because it's just more entertaining that way, I guess. But if it was like real life, then it's like, yep, call the police, call the police, call the police. But I will definitely say the romances that do bother me the most would be, well, the female route where you can romance Ken. That one definitely bothers me. And when it comes to Persona 5, the one with Kawakami is definitely disturbing, but at the same time, I guess she looks young enough, but still it's definitely disturbing. I guess the one that disturbs me the most is Oya. The fact that she is actually a romance option is definitely disturbing. I don't know. Personally, I try not to think too hard about it, especially since it's a fictional video game. But that doesn't mean that, you know, that kind of fantasy is okay to have in, like, real life, you know? Okay, so let me just check my stats. So, okay, so the guaranteed stats to go up, let me just check again. Okay, so Black Mage, level 7, so the stats that are guaranteed to go up is Strength, Intelligence, and Vitality, but it's the Agility stat that matters to us. So we want Agility to go up, so let's see here. So Agility should appear between Strength and Intelligence. So let's see, Strength, Intelligence, nope, didn't get it, so I have to reset. Okay, so let's just keep going, and whoever's talking out there, shut up! I'm streaming! Okay. It's always run me the wrong way. Okay, yeah, I already read that. It just feels like a weird thing in Persona 5 where it treats Joker more like an adult than a teen. I mean, I guess in a way that's kind of the point where it shows that even, you know, teenagers have to make adult decisions and such. And in a way, in a game that's all about, you know, rebelling against society and fighting for your rights, I guess it's kind of not out of character for someone with a rebellious spirit to be able to romance an adult. But that's not saying that that's necessarily, you know, good or whatever. But I try not to think too hard about it because, well, Persona is a fictional game. It's not like I'm actually romancing a teenager with an adult. It's just a fictional game. But still, it's a fantasy that definitely should not be, you know, supported in any way. Jeez. Persona 4R is better have a death social link be romanceable, or I'll be upset and I'll be... Yeah, I hope that's not a thing. I hope that's not a thing. Arguably, the game with the best romance options, for me personally, would definitely be Persona 4. Like, do I wish that, you know, the Yosuke romance was implemented? I don't think it's a priority to implement, but if it was added, then sure, I would romance Yosuke. But still, it's not really a priority that I think absolutely needs to be added in the remake. But, you know, if they do add a Yosuke romance option, then sure, I would go for it. Yeah, for some reason as well, Futaba romance always bothered me as I feel Joker canonically treats Futaba as a sister, although I know that's a massive weird-ass fetish. Well, I mean, technically Futaba is only a year younger than Joker, so it's not like it's wrong for him to romance her in any way. It's just more people get that brother-sister vibe because of how things go down in the story, honestly, but... legally, there's really nothing wrong with him and Futaba dating. I mean, she's literally only 1 year younger than Joker. And it's not like you're actually dating your actual sister or anything like that. Okay, so regardless of the enemy numbers, I'm just gonna fight off these enemies. So regardless if it's a group of 3 or 5 or whatever, I should be able to level up. So right now we need to mid-max agility. So essentially, as I said before, strength, intelligence, and vitality are guaranteed to go up, where agility and luck is not guaranteed. So essentially, stats that are not guaranteed to go up have a 25% chance of going up, so a 1 in 4 chance. So there's a 1 in 4 chance that agility will show up, and there's a 1 in 16 chance that both agility and luck will show up. But thankfully, luck does not matter that much for us right now in this run. And besides, once we get to level 8, the next level, luck is guaranteed to go up. And once we get our luck stat to level 15, once we get 15 points of luck, we really don't have to worry about our luck stat at all for the rest of the run. Once we have 15 luck, that's literally all we need to be able to run away from most random encounters in the game. Yeah, Futaba is the same age as Yoshizawa. Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, the romance with, like, you know, Joker and Futaba is, like, totally fine because they're only a year apart and they're not blood-related or anything. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we get our agility stat up. So remember, it's a 1 in 4 dice roll, so strength. Intelligence, nope. So agility always appears in between strength and intelligence, so we just got to make sure that we get the agility stat up. So it's a 1 in 4 chance that it goes up. We want to guarantee that it goes up so that way we can have a higher chance of dodging attacks. Again, we're only guaranteed to dodge physical attacks, not magical attacks. So unfortunately, the agility stat is limited, whereas vitality is pretty much useful in almost every attack scenario, aside from instant death curses. But since vitality is 100% guaranteed at level 7, we don't need to worry about vitality. We just need to worry about agility going up. And considering that the pirates that we have to fight all attack physically, we definitely want our agility to go up. Agreed. I've always liked the Futaba romance. It's my third favorite in the game. Personally, I don't have a favorite romance in the game at all. The romance mechanic, in my opinion, is like the least interesting mechanic when it comes to the Persona games. Like, it's a cool feature to have because you get to see, you know, more interactions with a particular social link beyond just, you know, what is already written for their social links. It's just, in my opinion, it's the least interesting mechanic. Like, it's there, I'm glad it exists, but it's really not something that makes or breaks a Persona game for me. And whether or not they add, you know, other types of romance, such as same-sex romances, I'm open to it, but it's not a priority for me either. Like, a lot of people are like, wow, Persona is weird. They add a mechanic where you can have, like, a teenage girl date a elementary school kid, or a teenage boy date as a teacher, or a drunk adult, or whatever. This is so weird, and it's like, does Japan think, you know, same-sex relationships are weird, but dating adults is not? And the thing is, you got to remember that this is made in Japan. I think Japanese students dating, like, high school teachers is kind of like a fantasy that just exists and whatever. You got to remember that these games are mostly appealing to a Japanese audience. And while I'm sure there are definitely a Japanese audience that is all for, like, same-sex relationships, I feel like that's more of a popular demand in the West than it is in Japan. I mean, I'm pretty sure there is an audience that is like, you know, give our male protagonist a boyfriend or whatever. And you know what? I'd be all for it if that's an option. It's just, again, these games appeal more to a Japanese audience than an English audience. Okay, strength. Okay, nope, that's a reset. It's never been age, it's more the fact I can feel she can act very childish, coupled with her trauma. It just feels weird that she's almost a very small version age regression. Well, a part of that is because she doesn't have much muscle and she's skinny to begin with. And the only reason she acts so childish is because, well, she hasn't really had much experience of the outside world. She's practically the equivalent of that kid that always spends time on his computer and never socializes in the outside world. And, you know, the game rightfully so shows why she is like that to begin with, and that's because of the trauma that the Men in Black force her to go through. You know, there's a good reason why she acts like that, and despite that, you know, she still feels very human. She still feels like a teenager. And you know what? There are adults that are like that as well. You can have adults that have gone through school or dropped out of school, rely on, like, you know, computers and all that sort of stuff, and still have, like, this very childish behavior. I mean, why else do you get those Karens that go to, like, their Victoria's Secret and absolutely crawl to the floor and shake their legs and complain when they don't get their way? That's because that's a childlike behavior, and they haven't been disciplined to act properly. You know, it's pretty much just unfortunately something that they do. It's something that you're kind of just that feels more comfortable to stick with because you're not getting your way. Because maturity differs for a lot of people. Some people can act very childish in their adult age. Some people can act very adult when they're still a kid. But obviously age always matters. Don't get me wrong on that. Weirdly, the protagonist of Persona 2 is canonically bi and can have a boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, I tried playing some bit of Persona 2. I forgot how far I got into the game, but let's just say I got bored of it. The gameplay was just pathetically easy and just not fun to play, and constantly having to spam, like, the stuff with me seinen or having a girl just, you know, flirt or whatever. Oh, Jesus Christ, hold on. No. There we go. I have to reset because I didn't get the agility stat. My favorite romance is definitely On. I think it's because I relate to her a lot as a girl myself. Honestly, I don't really have a favorite romance in the game. I mean, a lot of the romances are unique and charming in their own way. Even the ones that, even some of the stuff with like Kawakami, I do kind of admire some stuff in the romance route when I take away the fact that it's literally a student dating a high school teacher. But yeah, will Persona 4 Revival add, like, you know, a same-sex romance option where you can date Kanji or Yosuke or whatever, or they implement the cut Yosuke romance? I don't know, and I think it really comes down to how much the Japanese audience wants it. Because I'm pretty sure when it comes to, you know, LGBT in general, the Japanese audience and Western audiences see it differently. The Western audiences tend to see it as, you know, an equal thing that, you know, gay men or lesbian women deserve, you know, as much as straight people, whereas some people in Japan see it as more of a cultural style as opposed to a sexual orientation. But yeah, whether if they add like same-sex romances in Persona 4 Revival or even in Persona 6, I am all for it. I am all for it. I would totally have a male protagonist date a guy. I would go all for it. But that's really up to the developers to decide. If they want to keep it heterosexual, that's totally fine. It's their game. They can do whatever they want. Okay, strength. God damn it. Again, agility has a 1 in 4 chance of appearing. Yosuke would be fine, but not Kanji. I can't compete with Naoto. I mean, I guess that's fair. Though in all fairness, Kanji's main story is pretty much him being able to embrace his hobbies, not embrace his sexuality. That's the point of his story arc. Like, a lot of people think that, you know, Kanji's main dilemma is him being gay, but that's really not what his main story arc is about. His main story arc is being able to embrace the side of him that is considered not masculine, especially by Japanese society, and showing that not only is this okay, but this is the unique you, and this is how you should be yourself, essentially. So honestly, in my opinion, having a romance option for Kanji is probably not necessarily a detriment to his character, but not a necessity. And really the only reason that Yosuke would be cool is because we know that there is cut content of that being a possibility, and that we want to see that re-implemented into the game. Again, whether they add that in Revival or not is up to them. I will accept whether they do or not. I know there's going to be some people that'll be pissed off if they have the missed opportunity, but to me personally, the romance mechanic in the Persona games is like the least interesting mechanic, so I could really care less about it. If you want to play a romance game, play Catherine Full Body. That has at least a little bit more romance, and that's at least the intentional design behind the game as opposed to, well, mostly gameplay and just spending time with people as in Persona. You know, the romance mechanic is not the most interesting part of a Persona game. Anyone who says otherwise definitely probably doesn't realize what the Persona games are meant for. Okay, strength. Oh my god, agility, go up. And yeah, I think the last time we had to do a 1 in 4 dice roll with one of these level ups was when I had to level up. Yeah, I was doing like a 1 in 4 dice roll, and I think it literally took us like half an hour in order to get it leveled up. It's like ridiculous. I mean, it's more realistic in the sense since we got a lot going on and we would still want to do all these things with people we want to hang out with. Again, it's their game. They can do whatever they want. I mean, I have pretty strong confidence that P4R is still going to be a really good remake. Just, I just don't think it's a necessary one. There's the one downside with fighting 5 enemies. It takes freaking forever to wipe them out. And like, even if we get AoE damage, the problem with this game, especially with the NES game, is that it shows how much attacks you do one at a time instead of like all at once like in later versions of Final Fantasy 1. So unfortunately, it's not going to be any faster per se once we get AoE damage, but it will definitely be quicker than what we're seeing here. I am looking to P4R. I never liked the P4G graphics, so I couldn't get really far when I was playing. Dude, if graphics is like the main reason for you disliking games, get the frick out of here. Nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I could care less about graphics. I'm someone who absolutely adores playing Ocarina of Time and Super Mario 64 and Majora's Mask. Like, even with those polygonal graphics, I deeply enjoy those games because there's a lot of heart and soul put into it. How something looks really should not matter. If, you know, the first Uncharted game is considered dated just because Uncharted 4 looks better, or now Uncharted 4 looks dated because it's PlayStation 4 and now everything looks better on PlayStation 5, I'm sorry, I would hate to have your mindset. What matters to me more is a good game, not good looking graphics. I mean, yeah, you can make a game look bad, but still. Okay, strength. Oh my fucking god, agility, go up. Ugh. I love how we're having more of a conversation about Persona of what started off as an April Fool's joke. But yeah, judging by the numbers and the amount of people that actually joined the stream, yeah, there more people joined the stream because I made the joke that I was running Persona 5. I can definitely tell what your guys' priorities are. I've always wondered one thing, how the lottery works in Royal. I need the trophy for Platinum. What do you mean the lottery in Royal? Like, you're talking about the literal lottery and the 9th dungeon, or the 6th dungeon, or what are you talking about? Like, what do you need the Platinum trophy for? I mean, I think the Platinum trophy is very easy to get. I think it only needs like 2 playthroughs of the game to get it. And besides, if you're aiming for all the achievements in the Thieves Den, I think you need to do 2 playthroughs anyway in order to fight Caroline and Justine, Lavenza, as well as 100% the Compendium, because you can't fuse Saint Denial unless you're on New Game Plus. It's not the main reason, but it's a large part of my enjoyment for me, and that is definitely a bad take on my part, I recognize. Well, trust me, if you have a thing against dated graphics, then I would hate to be you, man. I would hate to look back at something like, you know, Uncharted 4 and realize that, oh man, this is now dated, I can't enjoy it anymore. I would hate to be you. I'm sorry if that's offensive, but I'm personally someone that still enjoys, you know, games with what is now considered dated graphics. And besides, wouldn't Persona 5 technically be dated now? Because it was originally a PlayStation 3 game, you know. That's the one part of Persona 5 I despise. My on message about Yosuke. What do you despise about Persona 4? Or 5? Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm reading that clearly. Also, I did start gaming with Kingdom Hearts 1 and did Crisis Core, so seeing games like Final Fantasy VIII with terrible block graphics when it could have looked like Crisis Core always bugged me. I don't know, I haven't played Final Fantasy VIII, so I can't really judge that. Okay, come on, agility, go up, strength. God damn it, jeez. It's like so stubborn. It like doesn't want to show up. And it's a 1 in 4 chance, a 25% chance it will show up. And I think we've already gone at this like 5 times already. So already the RNG gods want to make sure that it's a less than 1 in 4 chance. I mean the literal lottery. It's the main thing I don't know about for the Platinum Trophy. Literal lottery? What are you talking about? Literal lottery? There's no lottery mechanic in Persona 5. And if you're talking about the literal lottery in the Sixth Palace, that's like a scripted thing that you're always meant to win. I mean, if anything, I think the one reward when it comes to Persona 5 that has a bit of luck, excuse me, bit of luck to it, would be what was it called? The card game. I forget what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about. The card game in the Thieves Den. I'm pretty sure that's like the only one that has a little bit of luck to it, especially with getting certain rewards, like having a revolution and a counter revolution in the same game. Like getting stuff like that has like a lot of RNG involved. Like I could definitely say that was the one thing I did not max out. Like I did play a good amount of that game. Again, I forget what the frick the game was called, but yeah, that card mini game that's in the Thieves Den. I think getting some of the rewards in that definitely has some ridiculous RNG. Okay, come on. Strength. Oh my Jesus. I can promise you that agility always shows up between strength and intelligence, and of course I'm not getting the goddamn agility stat to go up. And unfortunately missing out on the agility stat is really not an option unless I want to make the game harder on myself, or potentially unplayable. You almost had me there. What did I almost have you on, huh? I'm clearly playing as Morgana. I mean, look, there's some blue, there's some black, and there's even some yellow on him. It's clearly Morgana, except now he's a black mage. The only thing he doesn't specialize in is healing. Good April Fool's prank. I mean, how else am I going to get my subscribers to watch my Final Fantasy run? Man, I'll definitely say if you're going to get into Final Fantasy 1, if you lack patience, play the Pixel Remaster, don't play the NES version. I mean, right now I'm not showing the worst parts of it, or I can't show the worst parts of it because I have dead friends right now. But yeah, doing stuff like AoE damage, the game pretty much just, you know, shows how much damage you do one at a time as opposed to just wiping out a whole bunch of enemies all at once like in later versions. Because if you play the Pixel Remaster and you do like an AoE electric damage, you'll just see the enemies all wipe out and see their numbers instantly. Whereas on here, they show it one by one, and it can take a long time because it takes like 5 to 7 seconds for each enemy. So there's like a lot of time wasted with this, and it's kind of the reason why some people do speed ups with this game, which I'm personally not going to do. Okay, there we go. We finally got the agility stats. So the one stat we needed leveled up. So once again, strength, intelligence, and vitality are guaranteed, but the agility was a 25% chance, so there we go. We got the agility up, intelligence, vitality. Can we get luck? No luck, but we'll get a guaranteed luck increase at the next level. And then once we get a guaranteed luck increase at the next level, we'll be able to have 15 luck, and because this game was poorly programmed, we're always going to guarantee to run from battle once we get 15 luck. So once we get to level 8, we are 100% guaranteed to run from battles unless they're scripted to be unrunnable. So now we have a 60% chance of evading attacks, 3 absorb, 11% hit rate, and okay, this is actually pretty good. Nice. What do you think of the Final Fantasy VII Remake? No opinion. The only bit of Final Fantasy VII Remake that I have played was the demo of the very first game. What I played was pretty enjoyable so far, but in terms of Final Fantasy VII, I've really only played probably like less than half of the original game. I definitely got to get around to playing the whole game at some point. I just don't know when I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, when you have an adult life, you have other priorities to do. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't really give an opinion on the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Okay, so now that we're level 7 and we have better strength, agility, and vitality, and 105 HP, and now we can cast 5 Thanes of Fire instead of 4, we can definitely do 3 back-to-back battles, and we should be able to grind money a lot more efficiently. In Shibuya, you can get a lottery ticket, and it's required to win for the Royals Platinum. Oh, right. Okay, I think I remember that mechanic. Yeah, I think I actually remember that mechanic. Honestly, I think I've been able to get that first try, so I never really thought much of it. I don't know if there's like a particular stat or some sort of thing that guarantees your chances or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I won that lottery ticket first try. I honestly completely forgot that was even a mechanic because, well, it's like so minuscule and off in the corner of the game. Like, most of the overall map in Persona 5, I just don't explore. Like, did you know that there was a turtle that you could look at on the 3rd floor of the practice building? You probably don't, because there's, like, no reason for you to go to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the practice building. That was probably, like, one of the things I will complain about with Persona 5. There's a lot of dead space where there's, like, no reason for you to be there, even though there are some individual stories that really don't add much up to anything. It's just more or less to have a little bit of world building. Because when you're playing the game, you're more or less just fast traveling to shops and that's it. Like, did you know there was a Halloween parade on Halloween Day when you walk around the streets of Shibuya? Most of you probably didn't, but yeah, there are legit characters in Halloween costumes that are just walking around Shibuya Central Street if you actually visit that on Halloween Day. A lot of people probably don't know it exists, and that's because it's like so irrelevant for the story. Okay, that was like 1 battle. Let me just do 2 more battles, and I should hopefully gain money. So right now that we're at level 7, the goal right now is to just gain about 450 gil and still have 450 gil by the end of our in-trip. So we need the 400 in order to purchase the Dark Spell and 500 in order to purchase the in-trip. And the goal to fight up against the pirates is to use the Dark Spell so they have a decreased chance of being able to hit us. If they have a decreased chance of being able to hit us and we can dodge most of their attacks, then that will definitely increase the chances that we can actually defeat the pirates. Because once we defeat the pirates, we can go to the 3rd town and start learning AoE spells. And once we learn AoE spells, the rest of the game is not necessarily going to be easier, but it's definitely going to be a lot more manageable. But yeah, there's like certain mechanics in like Persona 5 Royal that I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't really utilize. Like one of the things is that, did you know that you can use like a smoke ball or a hypnoball to put shadows asleep when they get too close to you so you can avoid having to fight them? Most of you probably don't even remember that mechanic exists, and the thing is, the only reason that I know it exists is because it's required for one of the Thieves Den achievements. That's pretty much it. It's like a near useless game mechanic that I almost never utilize. Because more often than not, I want to go into battles, because if I go into battles, then I'm getting experience and money, and I need that experience and money to do shit. I mean, how many of you unironically do part-time jobs just so you can make more money? Probably not many. You probably only do the part-time jobs just so you can get the mementos requests and that's it. Or to unlock Yoshida's Confidant, since that's the only reason you need to do the beef bowl shop job. Okay, that was 2 battles, right? Yeah, 2 battles, so just 1 more battle and then save at the end. So I think that's pretty much what we're going to do, is just 3 battles back to back so we can actually make money. Okay. Because yeah, looking at my previous streams, my previous streams has like 7 likes, and like my first stream of the Final Fantasy run has like 153 views. I'm not even done this current stream, and it's already over 163 views with 17 likes. I can tell what your guys' priority is, and I can assure you, I want to try to break out of that mold. I want to be able to have you guys follow me just because I cover fun content and not just because I do Persona. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll probably do more Persona content, but if I do, it's probably going to be on episode Igas or when that inevitable Persona 6 is going to come out. But God, who knows when that's going to be. Or heck, even maybe Persona 4 Revival, but probably not going to have to be concerned about that until like more than a year. And hopefully I'm still alive in more than a year from now. I only ever did what was necessary for the part-time jobs. Yeah, pretty much the same. I only did the part-time jobs for the Mementos request, and of course the Beef Bowl Shop for the Sun Confidant. That's it. Otherwise, if I had to make money, I pretty much either sell stuff or just do a lot of grinding in Mementos, or just overgrind whatever remaining SP I have inside of Palaces. Like, money was pretty much never really an issue for me, even on the hardest difficulty. Okay, so we're at 297 gil. Still a lot more to go. I really enjoy the Velvet Room Fusion. It's actually one of the most enjoyable parts of the game for me, especially in those, like, lockdowns. Yeah, I'll definitely say when it comes to, like, the Velvet Room mechanics, Persona 5 definitely has, like, the best stuff when it comes to mechanics, like being able to sacrifice a persona to strengthen a persona, itemize a persona into a weapon, armor, or skill card if you have, like, a blank card or whatever. Like, stuff like that, I think definitely makes the Persona 5 version of Fusion great. Though, honestly, I think the best version of Fusion doesn't come from a Persona game, but comes from Shin Megami Tensei 5. And the reason why I say Shin Megami Tensei 5 has the best version of Fusion is because of its reverse compendium fusion mechanic, essentially allowing you to have a whole list of personas that you have still unregistered, and you can select it and fuse them anytime. And if you don't have that said demon with you, you can always just purchase it from the compendium and fuse it right away. It definitely helps make sure that you can 100% the game without having to constantly research on your phone, what am I missing? What am I missing? And, you know, that was just super convenient. And that's something that I hope that they implement in Persona 6 is that reverse compendium fusion mechanic in Persona... sorry, in Shin Megami Tensei 5. That would definitely be super convenient. Especially for those who are trying to complete the damn game. Who thought the roll of the dice mechanic of Persona 3 Fusion was fucking smart? I have no idea. Somebody who hates fun. And it's not just Persona 3 where that was the problem. It was also a problem in, well, the vanilla version of Persona 4. It was also still a thing in Persona 3 Portable. And it was also a thing in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. And when the HD remaster was first released, that was still a thing until they updated a version where you can select your own skills, and that's something that I'm super glad that they changed for the HD remaster. Because just being able to select your skills just makes it super convenient, because nothing's more frustrating than just rolling the dice for like 30 minutes straight, and then just living with a sacrifice of a skill that you wanted but can't get, and then when you fuse it, you get an accidental fusion, and you suddenly realize you wasted 30 minutes of your life. Like, I don't know whose idea it was to have a roll of the dice mechanic, but that was just... I freaking hated it. Just the ability to select your own skills was definitely far more convenient and just far more enjoyable. Yeah, man, getting a low amount of enemies here. I think this is only my second battle, so just win this one, do the next one, regardless of what the number is, and yeah. So just do 3 battles back to back with each in trip, and I should be able to at least make a profit. Oh, I was about to say, shit, they critically hit me. No, that was me doing the critical hit on them. That's even better. Don't underestimate the Black Mage. He can definitely crit if he wants to. I remember my first ever failed fusion gave me Yoshitsune, my favorite physical persona, but it got skill not best for him. I mean, if you're playing like later versions of like if you're playing a Persona game with like skill cards, it's definitely easy to at least replace the skills you don't want with skills that are definitely useful. But yeah, if you're playing like, you know, base Persona 4 or the original Persona 3, then yeah, you don't have skill cards as a mechanic. Even in Nocturne, even if you're playing the HD remaster where you can choose skills, yeah, you can't replace skills with skills you want unless they're skills that are learned as they level up. And that was actually another great mechanic that was in Shin Megami Tensei 5, was the ability to do essence fusion. So you had a way of being able to get rid of skills and have a demon learn new skills, and obviously if you use up that essence is gone until you either relearn it, rebuy it, or find it in like the overworld or whatever. That was actually one of the things that I really adored about Shin Megami Tensei 5 was the whole essence fusion. It definitely added all like an endless way of customizing not just your main character but even your demons. That was definitely one of my favorite mechanics that was added in Shin Megami Tensei 5, and it's definitely one that in theory should break the game, but in execution it's more or less required if you want to be able to get through the game. It's definitely how most of these games should be, is that it definitely like forces you to use mechanics that you should actually be using, but they're not necessarily required if you don't mind a little bit of grinding. But if you do mind grinding, then yeah, you definitely want to do Essence Fusion. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is my third battle, so I just freeze these guys to death. And I think I have one Thane of Ice left, so yeah, now that I'm at a point where I can use 5 Thanes of Fire and not just 4 Thanes of Fire, I can definitely freely do 3 battles back to back, no problem. In Royal, the only Velvet Room mechanic I remember is summoning 2 personas during lockdowns to guarantee an accident or something like that. And actually, that is one thing that was actually really great in the Royal version of Persona 5 was the fusion alarm, because you actually had a guaranteed chance of an accident happening, and while it wasn't really that useful for fusion or itemizing, it was incredibly useful when sacrificing a persona, because if a persona was like level 99, there was no way to increase their stats, but by doing an accidental sacrificial fusion, you could actually increase their stats, and it was a way to min-max them to level 99 without having to do fusion, because, or not fusion, lockdown, because lockdown takes time in order for any stats to improve. But yeah, that was actually the one thing that was great with the fusion alarm and the accidental mechanic, is that strengthening personas increases their stats. So that was like the one way that you were able to get a particular persona to 99 in every single stat in the game. Yeah, accidents were my favorite, as you can get really effing overpowered personas. Yeah, there is definitely some bright sides to accidental fusions for sure. It's just it's obviously a coin flip. And I'm open to some coin flip mechanics. It definitely helps make the game feel more unpredictable. But in moments where it can be a detriment, it can be very freaking annoying. Starting to realize I'm almost out of coffee in my lemonade raspberry juice, and I barely touched my water. You can tell where my priorities are. Alright, bonk, 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 bonk. Yay, the black mage just bonked an enemy to death. Da 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 da. Alright, monsters perished. But yeah, who would have known an April Fool's joke would actually get me more views on one of these Final Fantasy challenge runs? Okay, so I just need to do 2 more battles back to back. And hopefully with like a few more in-trips, I should have the exact funds that I need in order to, well, beat the rest of the game efficiently. Hey friends, did I get April Fool's? Is there an actual kiddie-only run that'll make Nitsa have to reverse his cat redemption for the second time? Well, I mean, I am playing as Morgana. As you can see, he's clearly right there. See? Blue, black, and yellow, just like the colors on Morgana. So yeah, I'm clearly playing as Morgana. And he can even use offensive magic spells. He just doesn't have healing magic. Yeah, he's black, blue, and yellow. And he could use offensive magic, just not healing skills for some reason. Or critical lucky punches. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, come on, you could do 2 more damage than that. Now, once April 1st is over, I'm definitely going to change the title of this video and have to clarify in a pinned comment that the first part of the video is an April Fool's joke. Or maybe I shouldn't change it because it might encourage people to watch the stream afterwards, which means more views for me. Huh. I mean, healing skills do exist. I can buy some white magic. It's just I'm not going to be able to use it on my black mage here. Okay, so this is the 3rd battle going in, and I have exactly 5 points of magic to use on 5 enemies, so I'll just burn or freeze these enemies to death. And as tempting as it is to try to do a 4th encounter, that's going to be too risky, and I definitely don't want to lose my money's worth. Just making sure I take my vitamins. There you go, zinc down the hatch. Help to maintain immune function. because I can sometimes have a crappy immune system. Okay, 2 things of ice left, which is perfect. Part of me is almost tempted to do a 4th encounter, though I'm less than... You know, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it, try to do a 4th encounter just so I can make more money. Because the more in-trips I do, the less money that I am actually making. If I can do a 4th encounter, then I am definitely making more money. It's just I gotta hope that it's not an encounter with 5 enemies. And it's an encounter with 5 enemies. God damn it. Close call. So yeah, when it says close call, you can run. If it says can't run, you can't run. Let's try to get an encounter with less than 5 enemies if possible. Okay, chance to strike first. You know what, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to go for it because at least a chance to strike first at least guarantees that I can at least wipe 1 or 2 enemies out before they can attack me. I was going to say, watch it be 5 enemies. Well, it's 5 enemies twice, but you know what? I'm going to risk it and try to kill 5 enemies right now, even though I'm like a little bit less than half of my overall HP and only have 1 thing of ice power to use. So I just got to hope for some good dodges, but now that I have like an extra thing of agility from the 7th level up, and not to mention that I increased my strength by 1, I definitely have a better chance of being able to kill these enemies in 1 shot, as long as, well, Nitz doesn't miss on purpose like an idiot. So now it's just a matter of hoping that I evade every attack and that I bonk these enemies in 1 hit. And that it doesn't do less than 8 damage, or it doesn't miss. Or that they do back-to-back crits on me. Oh yeah, okay, so this was a good decision. This was a good decision because I can make 30 off of this battle. And honestly, whatever helps me get to the money that I need in order to purchase the Dark Spell from Provoca, the better. Okay, 30 damage, critical hit. Alright, so I think I made a good decision there just to go with the 5 enemies. So it's going to take hours before I get to the next level, so I'm not concerned about accidentally leveling up. It's going to be a long while before I can even reach that point. Before I go in, let me just check something. Yeah, it's going to be 1,659. Yeah, it's probably going to take 4 hours if I were to continue this grinding to reach level 8, so forget about that. In terms of like items, I only have 1 tent, which should be enough. But as seen before, I've been able to make it to the next town without. So here we go. We made 411, so we definitely have enough to buy the Dark Spell. But I want to make sure that I have at the least 450 gil before I make the trip to the next town. 400 so I can purchase the Dark Spell, and 50 so I can pay for the in-trip when I get to Provoca. And then after that, I just gotta hope that I can beat the pirates with the Dark Spell, and of course with just a single Black Mage, because the effects of the Dark Spell is that it severely, or it decreases the chance of the pirates hitting me by 20%, and considering that I have an evasion chance of 60, that means I can potentially increase my evasion by 80%, which means less attacks come in my way, and since I've grinded to, well, level 7, I definitely have more of a chance of evading attacks, as well as starting off with a higher than usual HP. And if I run out of magic, then at least I can rely on my physical attacks to hopefully one-hit kill the pirates. So yeah, well, unfortunately the dark magic is not guaranteed to land. It's probably going to be my best bet of being able to beat the pirates. Okay, I gotta remember to save some of my magic. Just bonk the last enemy to death and save it for the next fight. Because I gotta make sure that I'm making a profit. Six damage? Come on, you can do better than that, Nits. Seriously, Nits? Come on, hit. Alright, so there we go. I made my in funds. Now I gotta make actual funds. Okay, chance to strike first, and it's a group of 5 enemies, so I'm definitely making money off of this. Yeah, and I always want to start off with elemental damage, because, well, elemental damage is 100% guaranteed to hit, whereas physical attacks have a chance of missing. But yeah, one thing's for sure is that I definitely do not have the power I need to rely on the Peninsula power to level up. Oh my god, do more damage than that, dude. I mean, it's better than missing, but still. Of course, he does more damage than that with his second hit. Ah, Jesus. Actually, kind of forgot I had almonds on my desk. I can probably have some almonds here. Oh my god, it's a group of 5 again. At least I can kill 2 with elemental damage and then just bonk the rest, and that should be enough. So that was like 5 groups of enemies in 3 battles back to back, which means I made about 60 off of these fights, which is great as long as I survive this third encounter. So once again, just use up all of my magic, because magic is at least guaranteed to hit, and the magic is guaranteed to wipe them. I took critical damage there, damn it. But I should be able to survive this. But yeah, the one problem is that when it comes to like evasion chances, essentially I have the evasion chance always, but if a hit is a guaranteed critical, it completely ignores evasion. So if I have like a 100% chance of dodging, unfortunately critical damage will ignore that 100% and always hit. Oh my god, Nits, do more attacks than that. Alright, so that was 3 battles back to back with a group of 5 enemies, which means I made about 60 gil in total. Since I'm going to be spending 30 on an in trip. And I think this is the funds that I need, actually. Because yeah, even though I do have a tent, I know that I can at least make it to the other town without needing to use the tent. If I can resist using the tent, that'd be great. Okay, so there we go, we did it. 471, that's definitely more than enough for us to be able to get the dark spell as well as sleep at the inn before we fight the pirates. So now we gotta make the trek to the next town, Provoca. And I'm gonna try to get there without using a tent. If I can get there without using a tent, that would actually be more, not necessarily efficient, but definitely it will definitely save my money and such. Oh my god, are you serious? Okay, I'm resetting that. Why am I getting bad luck with literally the first enemies in the game? Okay, run. So right now the goal is just to reach the next town. I could use a tent to heal back up, but I want to avoid using that because there's definitely evidence of me being able to get to and from Provoca and Cornelia without dying. Close call. And of course I lost like practically half of my goddamn HP already. Because usually I would eat a tent somewhere around here in this grassy area, but I want to try to avoid doing that. I want to try to get to Provoca without having to do that. Jesus Christ. Can't... Are you freaking serious? Oh, I'm gonna strangle you like Bart Simpson. Just... Urgh. Close call, 3 HP left. Okay. Can I make it, or am I going to have to strangle the Black Mage? Oh, I just made it. Okay. No tents, managed to make it with only 3 HP left. So yeah, you can definitely get to here without having to use a tent. But for the first, for the previous levels, I definitely had to do that. Oh, wait, no. Don't sleep there yet. Don't sleep there yet. Go to the black magic shop first and get the dark spell. Okay, so obviously before we came here to learn ice, so that way we can continue doing offensive magic damage. Now dark essentially is an AoE ailment spell. It has a chance of connecting, but not a guaranteed chance. And with the 9 pirates, essentially it will decrease their chances of them hitting me. Temper, in theory, is supposed to increase your attack power, but in the original game, it straight up does not work. Never learn Temper. So if you have to learn any of the spells from the shop, learn Ice, Dark, and Slow. Now, Slow only works on a singular enemy, which in theory is useful, but for the pirates is not. So we're going to learn Dark. So, there we go. We learned Dark with the Black Mage, so that will be the Tier 2 spell, which means we have only maybe 2 uses of Ice and 1 use of Dark, but that's okay. So there we go. Now we got the Dark spell on our Black Mage, so now we just need to sleep at the inn, recover the HP we lost. And if the Pirates once again does not work in our favor, then we will have to do the long and agonizing grind, which will take hours for us to reach level 8. But I'm hoping we don't have to do that. I'm hoping that the Dark spell we have is more than enough to do this. So let's do this. Okay, so Magic, Dark. And already they're getting hits on me. So yeah, there is a good chance of them missing, but with the Dark spell, this will hopefully severely decrease their chances of hitting me. Oh my, okay, no, reset. They're doing way too much damage to me already. Okay, let me make sure I still have the Dark spell on me, which I do. So yeah, because there's 9 of them, I don't know when I can act next after selecting the spell. I just gotta hope that they don't do too much damage to me before I can cast the Dark spell. Dark. Okay, 7 damage. And of course my partner left their phone in my room, so it's constantly buzzing. Okay, Dark, so let's see. Darkness. Okay, so let's see who gets inflicted with Dark. So whoever gets inflicted with Darkness has a higher chance of not being able to hit us, which means with our already crazy high evasion, we should be able to hopefully dodge the majority of their attacks. Okay, so the middle pirate did not get infected, so we got to kill the middle pirate. So we want to kill whoever did not get inflicted with Darkness first, and then go after the ones that are inflicted with Darkness last. Okay, so the middle and the bottom one. Okay, middle, bottom, right. That's looking pretty bad so far. Okay, so middle, bottom, and right. Okay, so only 3 of them did not get inflicted with Darkness, so we have to kill the middle, bottom, and right one first. And we can easily do that by just using our fire spell on them. And I'm pretty sure the Darkness spell never wears off. So we just need to use our elemental spell on the middle, bottom, and right one. So pretty much the ones that are inflicted with Darkness are gonna mostly be missing their attacks. So now we want to get rid of the pirates that were not inflicted with Darkness, since they have a higher chance of hitting us. Okay. Middle terminated, so now it's just the bottom one and the right one. But yeah, even though they have less of a chance of hitting us now, does not mean that they... Oh, shit! Really? Critical damage? Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, is that if they do get a critical hit on me, then that is like, that ignores evasion entirely. So that's the other thing to keep in mind, is that that can ignore evasion entirely. But yeah, we can do another attempt at this if this attempt does not work out. So now we kill the bottom pirate, now we just got to kill the pirate on the right, and then kill the rest while they're inflicted with Darkness. As they're inflicted with Darkness, they will miss more often. So as you can see, they can unfortunately still hit me. Okay, so now we just got to kill the pirate on the right. And now we just got to kill the rest in any random order possible and hope we evade every single attack. How likely that's going to be, I don't know. But if they get a critical damage, then that's a... yeah. Okay. I only got 2 in that attempt, but they were definitely missing more often. So this is definitely plausible. This is definitely plausible without having to level up more. So I'm just going to keep going. Alternatively, I could bring a few potions in here and heal with potions, but I really don't want to waste potions if I don't need to. Okay, miss. 7 damage. 13. Oh my god, that's way too much damage. Come on, just cast the dark spell already. Who cares about the Torn Order? Just cast the freaking dark... Oh my god. Cast the freaking dark spell. Reset. Jesus Christ, I hate this. Even with the dark spell, this is still complicated. Like, I am arguably over-leveled for this. Like, I am arguably over-leveled for the Marsh Cave, and here I am having troubles just being able to beat them because this game wants me to suffer. Missed. Come on. Cast the dark spell. Cast it. Cast it. Okay, missed. Okay, there we go. We finally cast the dark spell while we're still at full health. Okay, so left has been inflicted with darkness, so I have to pay attention to the ones that are not inflicted with darkness. Okay, darkness, good. So again, whoever gets inflicted with dark has a lower chance of hitting us, so now they have a 20% chance of hitting us, with the only guaranteed chance being critical damage. Okay, so the middle one, once again, is not inflicted. Okay, so the middle and bottom one are not being inflicted. And the right... Okay, it's literally the exact same pirates that are not being inflicted, unless the others don't get inflicted. Okay, darkness. Now it's just the bottom right one. Let's see. Yeah, it's literally the exact same pirates as the first attempt. Okay, so now that they have a decreased chance of hitting us, we got to make sure we kill the middle, bottom, and right pirate first, and then go after the others, and hope we dodge the majority of these attacks. Unfortunately, they will 100% hit us if it's an attack that does critical damage. Because critical ignores evasion entirely. And I want to make sure I use my fire spell so that way I'm 100% guaranteed to actually hit the damn pirate. Alternatively, I could remove my armor. I could remove my armor and increase my chances of evading attacks, but it's probably only going to be like 3% extra or something. Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, again, they still have that 20% chance that they will hit me. But hey, at least it's a lower percentage than me relying on a 1 in 4 dice roll of getting a particular spell. Oh my god, just... Jesus Christ. Again, in a normal run, this isn't so bad because you have, like, 4 party members that going all in with attack damage, but still. And yeah, these pirates only have, like, 9 HP, so a fire or ice will be 100% guaranteed to kill them. Okay, so now I just got to kill the bottom pirate, and then just hope that the rest of them that are still alive just continuously miss. Just gotta kill the bottom pirate. Oh my god, are you freaking serious? Can I just get through this, please? I don't want to grind another level. I really, really, really don't want to grind another level. 10 damage? Come on, I've been able to slay these pirates with just, 1. I've been able to slay these pirates at a previous level without dark magic, so why the heck am I not... Ugh. God, this is frustrating. Problem is that I don't know if I can inflict them with sleep and darkness. Problem is that I'm pretty sure even if they do stack, they're just going to instantly wake up if I try to put them asleep. Just stop attacking. Just dodge. You have a high chance of dodging. Actually use your evasion, you stupid white mage. Or black mage, I mean. God damn it. Now I'm choking on those almonds. Okay, upper left. Hopefully it's just one pirate that doesn't get inflicted. Why is it always the middle pirate that never gets inflicted? But the more that get inflicted with darkness, the higher chance of us being able to get through this. Okay, so that bottom pirate finally gets inflicted. So it's the upper left and middle one that so far are not inflicted, or didn't get inflicted. Okay, so the upper left, middle, and bottom right. So I gotta kill those pirates first. Problem is that even the ones that are inflicted with darkness, they still have a chance of hitting me even without critical damage. I increase my chances of being able to dodge, but that doesn't mean I will dodge. I just hate that the possible solution of getting through this fight is to, well, grind. Like, I seriously don't want to grind any more levels than I need to. And if I have to grind, what enemies would be good to fight so I can actually make a nice profit out here so I don't have to grind around Cornelia? Like, I've already lost more than half of my HP and I haven't even killed a single pirate. Like, I thought this strategy was going to be the winning strategy, but it turns out it's not. It's not because this game wants me to suffer. You know, let's put a sleep spell on them and see how that goes. I don't know if I can inflict sleep and dark at the same time, but let's see. Is it possible to get 100% evasion? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if that actually is possible or not. Yeah, I only killed one. I didn't even use the fucking sleep. Oh my god. Just... Ugh! I thought I was going to be able to get through this pirate fight, and here I am just suffering because this game freaking hates me. Oh, god. Damn. Maybe if I grind a little bit outside of here, maybe I can potentially make enough money. Let's see. I mean, one fire is enough to defeat the creep. How much does the creep give in terms of EXP and money? Because if it gives more EXP than money than around Cornelia, then this will definitely be a more reliable place to grind. Okay, the EXP is good, but the grinding for money is not. Because I need like 50 gil to sleep at the inn. Problem is that I wish I could actually grind where the, Problem is, I wish I can grind where the freaking Peninsula Power is, but it's unfortunately not a reliable grinding spot. At least as of now. Okay, so it seems like the Great Imps, I think they're pronounced as, are missing me a good amount. Actually, they're all missing me. Maybe I might have a... Oh, Jesus Christ. I might have a good chance of being able to defeat these guys. Yeah, let's maybe inflict dark and then they'll miss more often. Yeah, they're missing me more often, so this might actually be a reliable grinding spot. Ooh, 22 damage. So yeah, they inflict a lot of damage if they do hit, but if I inflict them with darkness, this might potentially decrease their chances of them hitting me. Okay, so the upper imp has been inflicted with darkness, but the middle imp did not get inflicted. Okay, so I have to kill the middle and bottom imp first. Okay, so I definitely got to kill that wolf first. Okay, so pretty much only the upper enemies got inflicted with darkness. So I have to kill the wolf first, kill the 2 imps next, and then, yeah. So I think that's what I gotta do. I gotta kill this wolf first here. Okay, terminated. Now I just gotta kill the 2 bottom imps and then kill the wolf and then the imp again. And then hopefully I can make it back to the town before I frickin' die. Because yeah, now the wolf and the upper imp has a lower chance of hitting me. Unfortunately, the wolf has a really great chance of taking away a lot of my HP. Okay, 1 fire is enough to kill the great imp, so I'll focus on the second imp, focus on the wolf, and then, this is assuming I even survive this. It's just, if I can rely on a better grinding spot than back at Cornelia, I want to take that chance. Yeah. God damn it. This game wants me to suffer, doesn't it? Ugh, God. Spider, huh? You missed. Problem is, I don't know if this arachnid takes more damage to, like, ice or fire, but I'm pretty sure ice, because of it being a tier 2 spell, does more damage. So I'm gonna try ice. Okay, 42 damage. Doesn't kill it, but, okay, let's try fire. Critical hit, but at least I survived. Yeah, it looks like ice does more damage. I just wish I had a more reliable way of grinding, but I don't. Or at least not that I know of. Because if I can grind on higher level enemies, that means I'm gaining more EXP, as well as gil. Because yeah, it seems like the only option of being able to... Okay, this is good, this is good. So just killing one of those spiders will give me actually a pretty good amount of EXP and the exact amount of money I need for the end trip. Okay, this actually might work. This actually might work, it's just I have some RNG chances of surviving. Okay, I'm definitely going to save that since I made the exact amount of funds I needed for the end trip. Okay, so I think we might have found a potential way of grinding around Provoca instead of Cornelia. Because, yeah, while Cornelia is definitely a reliable strategy, I am grinding at such a snail's pace. So we're just going to walk around in this area in the hopes of actually getting a good amount of grinding spots. Let's put some dark magic on these mad ponies. Actually, these mad ponies only gave me like 15 gil, right? Yeah, these mad ponies only gave me like 15 gil, so I'm just going to reset. They only gave me like 15 gil when I defeat them, and defeating 2 of them would be like 45 gil, which is like 5 less than the amount I need for the end trip. So just going to grind in this spot. Okay, so right now I think the priority is to defeat the wolf first. Defeat the wolf first and then go after the imps. And hopefully I gain a good amount of EXP and money from here. Because, yeah, I have a 60% chance of dodging. I get poisoned. Are you serious? Does it look like I can really afford... Actually, does the inn heal poison? I don't remember if it does or not. If not, I do have a pure... I do have a pure item. Oh, I don't have a pure item. God fucking... Yeah, this is not looking good. Okay, at least I know fire spells are enough to defeat these imps. Okay, I need to look this up before I even consider saving, because I could potentially softlock myself if I do this. No, the original Final Fantasy 1 and most classic version, sleeping at an inn does not cure poison. Okay, good to know. I'm resetting. Thank God I looked that up, because I actually could have softlocked myself if I actually continued grinding that way. Because I don't have any pures on me to cure the poison, and right now I just can't really afford the money for that. Okay, so I'll use the dark spell to try to get these wolves to miss me more often. I gotta kill the great wolf first and then probably go after the other wolves next. But I also need to pay attention to who doesn't get inflicted with darkness. Problem is that I'm spending more time trying to figure out what enemies could be reliable for grinding, as opposed to having an actual reliable way of grinding faster. Okay, so the middle wolf did not get inflicted with darkness. Okay, so I gotta kill the purple wolf and then the middle wolf first. Okay, so I definitely gotta kill the purple wolf first, and then go after the middle wolf, and then go after the other wolves. Hopefully, I have enough damage potential to finish all of them off. Because, yeah, now I have like an 80% chance of evading attacks. So first I gotta kill the great wolf first, kill the middle wolf, and then go after the other wolves. Because, yeah, it seems like I have a good chance of surviving against most of these wolves. They're only doing like 5 or so damage, which is near about the amount of the imps, so I definitely have a good chance of surviving this. It's just I'm dealing with 7 enemies instead of 5. Which, yeah, if I don't gain more money than the amount if I were to face up against 5 imps, then I'd be incredibly pissed. But first things first, I gotta kill the Great Wolf first, then the Middle Wolf, and then go after the other wolves, since they have a lower chance of hitting me. Unless they get critical damage, which again ignores evasion. Oh my god, just freaking attack already! Okay, there we go. Great Wolf terminated, so now I just gotta kill the wolf in the middle, and then kill the others. And hope I can make it back to the inn with hopefully a good amount of EXP and money. Okay. There we go. Middle Wolf terminated. Now the remaining 5 have darkness on them, which means they have a higher chance of missing. But that doesn't mean they still can't hit me. Like, as you can see, even though that wasn't critical damage, they still have a chance of hitting me. So I'm probably going to die here. But I'm just going to keep going at the off chance I actually do survive this. And then I just got to make it back to the inn without dying or jumping into another random encounter. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get this. God damn it. Are you serious? Can I just fucking grind without having to grind in the starting spot? Are you serious? 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 Are you? I am pissed off, guys. I am legit pissed off. Like, wow. I've been pissed off before, but I've never been pissed off until now. Problem is that I don't know where is a good place to grind while I'm out here. Because I want to make enough money for the inn trip, but I also need to reliable way of being able to fight enemies without fucking dying. Okay, one ice is able to defeat a mad pony, so that's good-ish. Although, if I remember correctly, it's like, I only get like 15 gil with each pony kill, so that's only 30 gil that I'm making back, which is not good. Not good at all, because I need to make... Oh, fuck. That didn't kill it? Are you serious right now? Does it look like I have a guy with time on my hands? Ugh. I'm like so mad that I'm like drooling, guys. I mean, at least I got the dark spell, but not that... Oh, wait, 30 gil. No, wait, hold on. That's 15 each. Never mind. At least I can make more money, or make more EXP than usual, but still, that's a pretty bad grind. Oh, okay, an iguana. Hopefully I can gain a good amount of EXP and money from this thing. I mean, if I can at least make 20 gil off of this thing, then at least I can make somewhat of a profit. But probably not enough. Okay, so physical damage doesn't do much damage. Good to know. Oh shit, that's a lot of damage. So yeah, I definitely got to make it back to the end, but only if I make more than 20 off of this thing. If I make less than 20, then yeah, I'm going to have to go back to Cornelia. There's just no reliable way of grinding out here. And even then, this is definitely not a reliable way of grinding without dying. Okay, 50 gil, that's the amount I need for a trip. So yeah, if I face up against iguanas, I can actually make a decent profit. Okay, so I made about 30 gil off of that, while also gaining about 300 EXP, so... Okay, this actually might potentially work out. This might potentially work out. If I just reload until I fight iguanas, then I can make the amount of money back while being able to gain money back. So I think that's what I need to do, is just fight iguanas. Just fight iguanas. I can make a decent amount of money while also being able to make the amount for the in-trip back. So this is not a bad, reliable grind strategy. It's just I wish it was a better grind strategy. So I'll just walk around here. So there we go. Chance to strike first. So yeah, the iguanas is definitely what's going to help me grind faster. So I'll just throw multiple ice spells until defeated. And even though I'm not making a profit, that's not really my concern. Right now my concern is just being able to, well, level up to begin with. And maybe once I get close to the threshold of leveling up, I'll probably make my way back to Cornelia, where I can grind against enemies that I know for sure I can win against. Okay, terminated. Good. So I should gain about 150 something EXP, and exactly 50 gil for the in-trip. And then once I get closer to the threshold of level 8, that's when I'll return back to Cornelia so I can grind on guaranteed low-level enemies to get a 1 in 16 dice roll. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure the next level is a 1 in 16 dice roll to guarantee agility and vitality, because I think agility and vitality are not guaranteed. So yeah, this is definitely a possible grinding method. Save at an inn, fight the iguanas, I make exactly 50 back for the in-trip, and while grinding against a second set of enemies would be great, unfortunately, it's just too easy to die out. Can you move the frick aside, dude? Seriously. Alright, so I just grind around in this spot until I fight iguanas. Or a set of these enemies, sure. Actually, this might not be a bad grind either, so... Problem is, this grind would not be so bad if I was able to learn tier 3 and 4 magic. If I was able to learn tier 3 and 4 magic, not only would these fights be a lot more easier to deal with, but even the pirate fight would be easier to deal with. But unfortunately, it seems like my only option is to just continuously grind until I have more agility and vitality to survive the fights. And actually, speaking of which, actually I haven't been paying attention who's been being inflicted with darkness or not. I should have been paying attention, damn it. I was not paying attention who was being inflicted with darkness and who was not. Okay, so level 7. Okay, so at level 8, neither my tier 1 or tier 2 spells are going to go up, but at level 9, my tier 2 magic will go up to 4, so take that as you will. Okay, so I don't know who got inflicted with darkness, so I'm just going to kill whoever's the strongest enemy first, which would be the wolves, and then go after the imps. So yeah, thanks to my already high evasion as well as darkness spell, I definitely have a greater chance against these guys. But I just got to kill whoever's the strongest enemy first. So Great Wolf first, then I got to kill the Wolf second, the Great Imps third, and then kill the singular imp at the bottom last. And that's assuming I survive all this. Because there's a good chance I won't. Especially if I get critically hit like that. But right now, the wolves and the great imps are my biggest threat. Yeah, I'm probably not going to make this. Because this game hates me. Yeah, needless to say, playing this game with a solo black mage is not ideal. But that's all the more reason why we have to mid-max agility and vitality at every single possible rank. So we can even have a chance of being able to beat this game. Are you serious? No, okay. This is pissing me off. This is legit pissing me off, guys. That didn't even kill the... Yeah, I'm just resetting. I'm just resetting. Yeah, now I'm legit pissed off. Like, wow. Again, once I get AoE elemental damage, the run is going to be a lot more easier-ish, but that doesn't mean it will be easier-ish. Okay, now reset, because I'm definitely not going to make my money's worth fighting 3 mad ponies. That's only going to make me like 45 gil. I think creeps were actually good, right? I think creeps made me a decent amount. And just throw some fire damage at these things. Hope they don't poison me. I don't know if they have poison or not, but... But yeah, finding 1 iguana is enough for an in-trip while also being able to make a decent amount of profit. How much do the creeps give me? Monsters perish. 30 gil, that's actually... Well, it's not bad, but it could be better. Crap. Yeah, I gotta do a second encounter if I'm gonna make my money's worth. I mean, that's some good EXP earned, but not good money earned. Okay, chance to strike first, but it's kind of a bad set of encounters here. Now, let's use our dark magic. Since I have a chance of striking first, and I don't have to worry too much about them hitting me first. But first, I gotta kill the Great Imp before the wolves, because... I guess it depends on if the other wolf gets inflicted. Okay, so I gotta kill the bottom wolf and the imp, the Great Imp first. So the bottom wolf, the Great Imp first, the wolf at the top third, and then the imp on the right, and that's assuming they don't just critically hit me to death. Okay, knowing that I can one-hit kill the imps with fire, I'm just gonna kill the Great Imp with fire, and then kill the wolf at the bottom second. Okay, and then I'll use ice on the wolf at the bottom, kill the upper wolf, and then the imp on the right, And I should be able to make a decent amount of money back. Because I made 30 in the last battle, so as long as I gain 20 or more, then at least I'm making a good amount. So I gotta kill the bottom wolf, so that way, since he's not inflicted with darkness. Okay, terminated, good. Okay, I might actually have a chance of winning this battle at least, which is good because I won a previous battle. So let's kill this wolf with ice, and then kill the last imp with fire. And then after I win this battle, if I get 20 or more gil, then I'll definitely save at the end. Okay, there we go. Fire on you. Okay, so there's some RNG, but grinding out here can potentially work. The only problem is that I have to rely on the fact that I make 50 more gil instead of 30 gil for the in trip because it costs 20 gil more to sleep out here. But I am making more EXP out here, so yeah. Okay, so 36, so that means I made about, sorry, doing the math in my head, 16 gil. That's not a lot, but it's better than what it could be. So right now, I just gotta hope to grind against iguanas for the best EXP gain possible, while also being able to make some money back for the inn. Okay, so I only made about, like, 17 gil out of that, but you know what? Any chance of making money on top of grinding is great. Okay, so 798, so I'm gonna keep going until we're getting closer to 100, because I want to be able to get to the EXP threshold and grind down in Cornelia. Actually, I did save, right? Yeah, I did save. Good. Want to make sure that all the grinding I do is actually making it all count, and god damn it. Get a reset. Yeah, mad ponies, not good. I mean, if I can kill all 4 mad ponies, then yeah, I'd definitely be making a good amount of money, but fuck. Ugh. Okay, the creeps, okay, I kind of forgot if the creeps actually gave me a good amount. Actually, no, I don't think they gave me a good amount. I think they give me less than the amount for the in trip. But at least 1 fire spell is enough to defeat them. So yeah, I'll probably stream this for another 30 or so minutes, and I'll probably end the stream session here. Very likely not going to stream tomorrow. Friday, I guess it depends on what happens Friday, but tomorrow, very less likely. Okay, terminated, and oh my god, I'm already down to 25, seriously? Okay, how much do these creeps give me? Good amount of EXP, just not money. Let's just hope the next set of encounters is just convenient for me. In fact, if I can get the iguana, that'd be great. This game hates me. Yeah, this game really hates me. That's fair, breaks are needed. Urgh. Well, in all fairness, I've been streaming this game 3 days straight, so yeah. I definitely could not resist the temptation of making an April Fool's joke and tricking people in watching this with a nice little April Fool's joke that I'm making a Persona 5 stream when I'm really not. Okay, definitely got to kill the Great Imp first. I just hope I can make a decent amount of money with these guys. Okay, the wolf is inflicted with darkness. Let's see. Okay, so the wolves are inflicted with darkness, so I'm definitely going to kill the Great Imp first, and it also depends on whether or not if this imp gets inflicted. Okay, so everyone got inflicted except for the Great Imp, so I'll kill the Great Imp first, kill the wolves, and then the Imp last. I'm just hoping that I can at least make a decent amount of money out of these things. Actually, I just realized I'm not going to be able to make my money's worth out of this thing. Okay, now I'm going to reset. Oh, God. I hate the fact that I can grind more efficiently out here, just not financially. Okay, here we go, the iguana. So these are the encounters that I need to rely on the most, the iguana. So I can gain over 100 EXP here while being able to make the money worth for the end trip. Unfortunately, I'm not making money off of it, but it's better than losing money. Alright, 2 ice spells, good enough. Alright, 50 gil, good. So yeah, the iguana is like the perfect thing to grind against out here. It's just a matter of RNG to actually get them. Okay, how are we for EXP? Okay, 645, so I think doing like at least 4 more iguana encounters should be enough for me to get close to the threshold. Then I just make my way back to wow, I can't say it. Cornelia. Grind against lower level enemies, and I should be able to reach level 8. And the problem is that I'm banking on a 1 in 16 dice roll of getting the agility and vitality stat, because at level 8, only luck is guaranteed to go up, which is great, because that means I can now run from enemy encounters once I reach level 8. But it's also not great because, well, gotta rely on a 25% chance of 2 stats going up, which is a 1 in 16 chance. But we've already relied on 1 in 16 rolls at least 2 or 3 times beforehand, and we have been able to get those stats before, so at worst it will probably take like half an hour with every attempt. Oh my goodness. At least there's something good to grind against. Yeah, it's just a matter of RNG of being able to get said enemy. Actually, I just realized if I get 1 creep, I can probably destroy that and then hope to get the iguana next. No. Again, this wouldn't be so bad once I learn tier 3 and 4 magic spells, because I can attack all enemies at once, but I can't do that unless I defeat the pirates, and I can't defeat the pirates right now, even with the goddamn dark spell. Huh, an ogre. How much does an ogre pay for me killing it? Okay, miss, good. Okay, so far I'm missing from the ogres, so yeah, I think ogres are pretty strong, so I might actually get a decent amount of EXP and money from these guys. Okay, they are missing more often, so I think ogres might be a reliable grinding source. It just depends on how much EXP and money I get from them. Okay, it seems like fire is unreliable, so I definitely gotta use ice. Okay, terminated. Let's see how much a single ogre gets me. Oh my god, that is actually really good. That is actually even better. 195 experience and 195 gold. So I am actually making money. I am actually making money off of these ogres. So that's 145 gold that I am making. Okay. We found an even better way of grinding. Just grind against one ogre and they will definitely pay, like... They will definitely pay for, like, at least 3 in trips. Okay, we found a reliable way of grinding. Ogres. So I guess we just keep resetting until we just only face against iguanas and ogres. The problem is that I don't know how much damage the ogre does, considering that I pretty much evaded every single darn attack. Okay, now reset. Okay, so iguanas are great for the EXP, but ogres are definitely even better for both EXP and especially the money, so I definitely want to grind against ogres. It's just a matter of getting them. Okay, and if there's like one creep, I can definitely defeat one creep with a fire spell, right? Or maybe not. Ugh. Okay, reset. Oh boy. So yeah, I think the iguana and the ogre just has a rare chance of showing up. I don't know. Like, I don't know if they'll appear more often if I grind around here instead of up there. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is practically like the same square area, so... I think it's like the same chances regardless if I grind in the upper area or lower area. It's just, I wish I had the AoE attack damage so I can make these grinds efficient. Because we definitely need the AoE damage if we want a chance against in the Marsh Cave. Man, the RNG gods really want us to suffer, don't they? Okay, an ogre and 3 creeps. Huh. This might actually potentially work. I'm gonna try putting them to sleep, or not sleep, put the dark spell on them. Okay, ineffective on the ogre. Let's hope they're effective on the creeps. Ineffective. Great. Of course, I waste a freaking dark spell on them. Okay, it seems like the last creep got inflicted with darkness, so I just have to kill that one last. Oh boy, they hit pretty damn hard, so I think I'm gonna have to kill the ogre first, then the creep. Or maybe kill the creeps first, because the less enemies there are, the less damage I'm taking overall. Actually, the creeps are doing a lot more damage than the ogre, so yeah, I'll kill the creeps first, then the ogre. Unless they kill me first, which looks like that's going to happen. Yeah, they're probably going to kill me first, because RNG gods freaking hate me. All my suffering in previous challenge runs have not paid off. Yep. Slain. God damn it. Urgh. Yeah, I wonder if it just would have been faster if I just went back to Cornelia and just grinded there. So yeah, this is getting ridiculous. This is really getting ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Finally a single ogre, so... Just constantly throw ice spells at it. It only does around 20 damage, so I should be able to kill it without it killing me. So just constantly throw ice damage, defeat it, save at the end. And if I'm making 145, then yeah, I'm definitely making a profit on top of being able to grind. Get terminated. Awesome. Okay, so if the iguana is not a reliable source, then the ogre is. Okay, 100. Okay, no, it's 195. That's even better than 194. 5, whatever. Alright. Actually, if I continue grinding against ogres, I can potentially, I could actually potentially even buy, like, the slow spell, or even the other spell at the level 1 shop. Though I probably shouldn't do that. I probably should just save the money for the tier 3 and 4 spells, because those are going to be super goddamn expensive. Probably close to 1,000 gil. The sooner I get the AoE tier 3 spell... Can you move the frick out of the way, dude? Okay, so I think maybe one more encounter against the ogres should be good enough. And then I just need to make my way to Cornelia. Or maybe I should make my way to Cornelia, considering that the ogres do get give me a lot of EXP. Actually, I probably should make my way back to Cornelia. I just gotta do it without a tent. Okay, defeated. Nice. Alright, 15 gil. Definitely need to make more than that for the end trip. But once I get around Cornelia, then I just have to face up against the imps, which are definitely a lot more easier to survive against. Okay, I think if I defeat this creep, I should be able to get at least 30 gil, so at least I can make some bit of money. But yeah, these creeps hit hard, Jesus. Oh my god. Okay, so now it's just a matter of surviving until I can get back to town. Wait, that didn't kill it? That was like 2 fires back to back. Are you serious? Oh, okay, sure, slain me, yeah. As if I'm not already pissed enough as is with the bad RNG. Actually, let me use ice magic. See if ice does more damage against these things. Yeah, it looks like it does the same amount as fire. I don't think it's really going to make much of a difference. At least they're doing less damage now. Yeah, they're suddenly doing less than 20 damage all of a sudden. So yeah, I don't think it's really going to matter if I use fire or ice against the creeps. Like, I know with certain enemies, fire, ice, or lightning is usually more effective against them. I'm kind of wondering if I should at least get the lightning spell from Cornelia, or... Nah, just don't bother with it. Just wait until after I deal with the pirates. Ooh, ogre. Okay. Shit, I just realized I got rid of most of my ice spells. God damn it. Come on, just kill the ogre, get it done and over with. Actually, shoot, I might level up if I defeat this thing. Or it defeats me. Sure. Ugh. I don't know why the RNG gods hate me all of a sudden, but they hate me. least on the upside, once I get to level 8, I can at least have a 100% guaranteed chance of running from battles. Oh my god, just stop freaking... Close call. Jeez. Just let me get to Cornelia, please. Ooh, iguana. Okay, definitely want to fight this thing. Okay, missed. Actually, I still have one tent on me, right? I still have one tent on me. So maybe after I defeat this iguana, I should use the tent just so I can at least brute force my way back to Cornelia without having to reset again. Okay, there we go. 153 experience, 50 gil. Okay, that's good. And since it's only going to cost 30 gil at the inn, and I only have like 102, yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to... Alright, time to eat ourselves a tent. Alright. Now try to get back to Cornelia without dying. Okay. Okay, it's kind of ridiculous that a stronger version of the imp literally gives you the exact same amount of EXP and gold. That's ridiculous. Whatever, at least I made my money's worth, and I'm close to the threshold of leveling up. Yeah, so 84 EXP, so... Alright. So now we're back in Cornelia, now we're gonna... grind until we're just about at the threshold of level 8, and we pretty much have to rely on a 1 in 16 chance of getting both agility and vitality on our black mage. Though I'm not sure if I'm going to get to level 8 in this stream. I probably should end the stream pretty soon, in about 10 minutes, so I think I'm going to get to the threshold. Maybe do at least 2 or 3 attempts to try to see if I can get the stats, and if it doesn't work out, I'm gonna have to stream that in the next stream. Alright. Alright, bonk him to death. Good boy. Alright. Actually, well, shoot, I gotta pay attention to the EXP threshold. So 66. So doing like 5 enemies back to back is actually perfect. Okay, 4 enemies, that's also doable. I think we'll do this encounter and at least one more third encounter, and hopefully that should push us within the threshold of leveling up. Boom, boom. $12 damage. Yeah, it's almost midnight for me, so for my sleep, it's good for stream ending in a few minutes. Yeah, I'll probably finish the stream in about 10 minutes here. Right now, I just want to grind until I'm within the EXP, or within the threshold of getting to level, okay, let's see. Actually, I did grind more than 30 with just those 2 battles. So I'm going to save. Constantly reload until I get just a set of the 5 enemies. Because if I get a set of the 5 enemies, then I am only gaining 30 gil. Then I can save at the end. And pretty much one battle, even if it's just 3 enemies, is enough to push me to level 8. So just going to grind here until it's a set of like 5 enemies. And that should push me within the threshold of leveling up. Okay, here we go. 5 enemies. So just burn them and freeze them with magic. No physical attacks. Hey, I don't see any cats here. Well, look again, Tiger Man. Maybe look at a mirror and you might find him. Terminated. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Do 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 do. It's almost scary how good I am. Yeah, it's almost scary how good this Black Mage can be without the help of his fighter, thief, and white mage. So yeah, if I remember correctly, it's like 18 experience points if I were to grind against a set of 3 imps. And by the end of this grind, I should have only 17 EXP left, so even if I were to grind against 3 imps, then that should be enough for me to level up. And unfortunately, when it comes to leveling up is not just the answer, it's just a solution. The answer is to make sure that I have a 1 in 16 chance of getting 2 stats on me that are not guaranteed to level up, so fun. Terminated. So yeah, as much as I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do it, unfortunately I had to grind in order to face up against the goddamn pirates. It's just, I really hope that I can at least defeat the pirates without having to grind to like level 10 or whatever. All I know is that with every single level up, we definitely need to make sure both agility and vitality go up. Okay, so there we go. So now looking at our stats. Okay, no, we only need 12 EXP left, so fighting a horde of 3 enemies is more than enough for us to level up. So regardless of what enemies we fight up against next, we're gonna level up regardless as long as we win the battle. I always say Terminated like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, makes sense. Terminator. Okay, so about 5 minutes until it's 4 PM here, but I'll try at least a few attempts to try to get the EXP threshold. So yeah, once again, looking at the stats. Hold on. Black Mage, where's Black Mage? So yeah, looking at Black Mage, I'm currently at level 7. At level 8, pretty much intelligence and luck is guaranteed to go up. Thankfully, intelligence doesn't matter for us in this run, and luck, well, we're literally leveling up to, well, 15 stats of luck, which means we'll be able to guarantee ourselves running from battles always. So pretty much the stats that are not guaranteed is strength, agility, and vitality. And as much as I would love to get all three up, it's going to be a 1 in 64 chance of getting strength, vitality, and agility to go up. I do not like those chances, so I rather rely on a 1 in 16 chance of just agility and vitality going up. And even if I get strength and, you know, agility or strength and vitality, no, agility and vitality are right now more important to me. Agility for that better chance of dodging, and vitality for more HP. So right now we're just concerned about getting that agility and vitality, so if I don't get the agility and vitality, I have to reset. Though I'm probably going to do only a few attempts at resetting this clock, and hopefully I can get it before I end the stream, but being a 1 in 16 chance, that chance is definitely very less likely to happen. But you never know. A low chance of something happening means a potential chance of something happening. Just don't take my word for it if you're planning to gamble, please. Why'd you miss on purpose? Oh my god, why am I missing on? Okay, just eliminate him with fire. Why am I making this harder on myself? Monsters perished. 30-30. Okay. Well, right now that's not what matters. What matters is whether or not if I get agility and vitality. And already no. So once I see intelligence, that means I did not get the agility and luck. So once again, it's the intelligence and luck that is guaranteed to go up. And because I didn't get the one in... What the heck? Because I didn't get the 1 in 16 dice roll, or 1 in 4 dice roll for both of them, that means I have to reset. So yeah, I'm relying on a 25% chance of both agility and vitality appearing, and that's a 1 in 16 chance. So yeah, this is going to be fun. So I'm going to do a couple more attempts at it, and if it doesn't work out, I'm going to need to end my stream because I'm an adult with adult priorities. Alright, 96 HP. Hopefully that is good luck right there. Alright, let's see. And... okay, strength. That's a 25% chance of going up. Intelligence? Nope. Didn't get it. I mean, as much as strength would be nice to go up as well, it's mostly just agility and vitality that we need. I hate the fact that it's a set of 5 enemies because that just means it takes longer for us to get through this. But yeah, I think I'll do at least 2 more attempts and then that'll be the end of the stream. And if I happen to get it, then yeah, I'll definitely do at least a second battle encounter just so I can at least make money's worth for the end trip. But yeah, regardless of whether or not I get the agility and vitality stat, I'm going to have to end the stream after at least 2 more attempts. So this will be my second last attempt here. I was seriously hoping that I didn't have to rely on trying to grind a 1 in 16 chance before being able to get the ship, but unfortunately, by the looks of it, I'm gonna have to. Problem is that if I was playing this with a white mage, I probably would have had a greater chance because I can at least use the blink spell to increase my evasion, but you Yeah, unfortunately, my best chance of being able to evade attacks is using the Dark Spell with the Black Mage. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Intelligence, nope, did not go up. Okay, one more attempt and then that'll be the end of the stream, regardless if I get the agility and vitality or not. Again, it's a 1 in 16 chance. I'm probably not going to get it, but we'll see. I mean, we've already relied on a 1 in 16 chance twice before, so it is definitely possible to get 2 unguaranteed stats. I mean, it's better than relying on a chance of getting 3 stats, that's for sure. Oh, geez. Alright, one more imp left, and we'll see if we get the agility and vitality we need. Probably not. Again, a 1 in 16 chance is definitely a less than 10% chance. There we go. Monsters perished, and let's see. If we see the intelligence stat that we know we didn't get it. Yep, we didn't get it. God damn it. We got some good HP max, but still. But still, we want that vitality and agility to go up if we really want it to matter, so... Well, unfortunately, that's the best I'm going to be able to do, so, yeah, next stream, we're pretty much going to be constantly rolling a 16-sided dice until we land on one. I hate these RNG chances, but unfortunately, if we want a chance at a solo Black Mage run, we have to make sure we min-max agility and vitality at every single possible level up. So yeah, there you go, guys. It's the stream, also a part of my April Fool's stream. So sorry for those of you who were expecting more Persona 5 Royal, but the fact that you guys were watching this video than, well, my previous streams definitely shows where your priorities are. Well, anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this stream, and I'll see you guys in the next run where hopefully I can actually defeat the pirates, because it'd be nice to be able to defeat the goddamn pirates for once. So for now, it's pretty much just making sure I get the agility and vitality stat, and then deciding whether or not if it's worth grinding to level 9. I mean, at level 9, both agility and vitality are guaranteed. So the only thing I would have to min-max is the strength, so I guess grinding to level 9 is not out of the realm of possibility, but hopefully I don't have to do that. Hopefully I don't have to do that and I can just defeat the pirates after getting to level 8, but we'll see. So thank you guys so much for watching the stream, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Might be able to stream again on the Friday, but I'm definitely not streaming tomorrow on the Thursday, so... Well, you all have a good day, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Au revoir.